Chapter 2209 Full Speed Ahead. 2209 Full Speed Ahead. Feng Yin, Tai Hua, and the others are about to ascend to level 4. I wonder if Su Zimo can catch up to them. Although Su Zimo obtained 2 treasures, he wasted a lot of time and even released many powerful methods in advance. He might be in danger if he's surrounded by the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and flying Immortal sect. Right. A cultivator seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion, according to Prince Yuan's word, they're going to surround and kill Su Zimo in the 9 heavens. Why aren't there any signs yet? Up till now in the elimination round of the Earth ranking, other than the test exchange between Tai Han and Su Zimo, the other cultivators of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and flying Immortal sect did not make any moves towards Su Zimo. The cultivators of the 2 factions were advancing at full speed, as though they had forgotten about this matter. Your Highness, could Prince Yuan's word have been bluffing to disrupt the situation? Xu Xiaotian asked softly. Xie Qingcheng shook his head gently. No. Since Prince Yuan's word said it in front of everyone, he will definitely attack. Furthermore, this time round, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and flying Immortal sect clearly came prepared and planned for a long time. They won't give up halfway. Xu Xiaotian said. However, none of them have shown any signs of attacking up till now. Xie Qingcheng pondered for a moment before saying slowly, in order to attack Su Zimo, the Earth Immortals of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and flying Immortal sect have to gather first. Cultivators who enter the 9 heavens are scattered everywhere and it's not easy to gather them unless they're in a special place. At that point, Xie Qingcheng paused for a moment and his eyes lit up. Teleportation formation. Xu Xiaotian gradually understood as well. No matter where the cultivators were, they had to head to the teleportation formation eventually. In other words, only a teleportation formation could gather the cultivators of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and flying Immortal sect. Which teleportation formation will it be? Xu Xiaotian asked again. Nothing. Xie Qingcheng shook his head gently. They did not make any moves at the teleportation formations of level 1 and 2. From levels 3 to 5, every single teleportation formation holds an equal probability. On the other side, this time round, Prince Yuan's word did not say anything when he saw Su Zimo obtain the treasure of level 2. Instead, he smiled. He understood something. The more treasures Su Zimo snatched, the better because in the end, all of them would belong to him. Furthermore, Su Zimo would have to release many trump cards and expend a large amount of essence chi to snatch the treasures at the front. That would make their plan even smoother. At that thought, Prince Yuan's were hoped instead that Su Zimo would continue searching for treasures. It would be best if he could obtain all the treasures of levels 3 and 4. 9 heavens. Su Zimo realized that his ranking was a little behind. If he wanted to obtain the treasure in this space, he had to increase his speed as much as possible. At that thought, Su Zimo circulated his dharmic art and conjured heavenly feet and boundless golden light behind him. His speed increased exponentially and he transformed into a golden streak of light, speeding forward. In the square, many cultivators frowned. The elders of the academy were worried as well. This space was metal and focused on killing. It was the most dangerous and filled with ubiquitous killing intent. The greatest taboo was to charge forward brashly at full speed. If there was any sudden danger, he would not be able to react in time against such a high-speed sprint. Before this, if anyone was distracted, they would be sliced into 2 by a sharp blade that suddenly descended from the skies, let alone advance at full speed. Isn't that speed way too fast? Maintaining this speed in this space is like speeding through the borders of life and death, as though he can charge into the gates of hell at any moment. Many cultivators were secretly speechless. The speed displayed by Su Zimo was almost at the limits of an Earth Immortal. Clang! Just as everyone was discussing, a gigantic saber appeared in front of Su Zimo and slashed towards his figure. Ah! Someone exclaimed. Su Zimo's speed was too fast and he could only see a golden light flying over. Even if the gigantic blade did not slash over, it would be difficult to avoid it given the immense inertia of the golden light. Swoosh! The saber slashed down and the golden light brushed by without slowing down. Hey! It missed. Everyone was surprised. Su Zimo did not seem to dodge and continued advancing at full speed. However, the blade hit nothing. Logically speaking, the killing weapons in this space should not have missed. This scene seemed a little strange to everyone. Only perfected Immortal Xieling and some Heaven Immortal experts present could see what happened earlier. The moment the saber appeared, Su Zimo's figure changed direction slightly. It was imperceptible given his terrifying speed. However, that slight change allowed him to avoid the blade. He did not waste any space or reduce his speed at all. He merely brushed shoulders with the saber and controlled his actions with extreme precision that was shocking. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy exchanged glances and nodded to themselves. That move alone was enough to kill most Earth Immortals instantly. As for perfected Immortal Xieling, he looked at Su Zimo's figure thoughtfully. He was thinking about something else. The blade was formed almost instantly. Given Su Zimo's speed, it was already too late for him to dodge when he saw the blade. However, that lad avoided it perfectly. It was as though Su Zimo could sense danger beforehand and make changes. Was it just his imagination? Xieling thought to himself. As Su Zimo advanced, the obstacles and killing intent ahead increased. At any moment, there might be sabers and axes blocking his way and sword chi threatening to pierce his body at every corner. Killing weapons were increasing in number and intensity. Each time, Su Zimo could avoid the sharpness by a hair's breadth and brush past the killing weapons. Right from the beginning, his speed had not decreased. That's way too terrifying. How did he do it? I've never seen anyone pass through level 3 in such a manner. Right in front of everyone, the figure in level 3 sped through the air and danced continuously. Occasionally, it turned sideways, lowered its head and made a slight turn. Each time, he could avoid the blade and killing intent. The figure seemed to be dancing on the blades, roaming freely in the killing intent. It was carefree and elegant, giving off a stunning feeling. Su Zimo's ranking was rising rapidly. On the other side, Feng Yin, Tai Hua and the others had already arrived at the teleportation formation of level 3 and ascended one after another without stopping. He's already very fast. However, he's still far behind after all. It's going to be difficult for him to catch up to Feng Yin and the others. A cultivator analyzed. As though he heard that, a pair of wings appeared behind the figure in the 9 heavens and his speed increased once more. Chapter 2210 Metal Cyclone. 2210 Metal Cyclone. Look, Su Zimo's speed has increased again. Indeed, he's so fast that his figure can no longer be seen clearly. The crowd exclaimed. Right then, another pair of wings grew on Su Zimo's back. Carrying endless wind and thunder, his speed increased exponentially and reached its limits like lightning. Everyone exclaimed. Su Zimo was so fast that no one could catch up to him for a moment. His speed is probably comparable to ordinary Heaven Immortals. A Heaven Immortal was shocked. What truly shocked everyone was that Su Zimo could still avoid danger and advance despite his speed. Towards the end, the killing weapons condensed became more concentrated. In fact, many sword nets and saber mountains appeared in front of Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo advanced with his spirit perception. The moment danger appeared, he changed his trajectory in advance. Right in front of everyone, a strange scene formed. It was as though the killing power of level 3 would always be a step slower and could not injure Su Zimo at all. Unlike everyone's shock, the worry in Xie Qingqing's eyes intensified. If Su Zimo did not release those powerful movement techniques and secret skills in advance, he might be able to escape far away if he encountered any danger later on. But now, he had to release those 4 divine powers and secret skills in succession in order to get to level 4. The price was way too great. 50,000, 10,000, 3,000. By the time Su Zimo arrived at level 3's teleportation formation, he was already in the top 500. Standing on the teleportation formation, Su Zimo did not ascend immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with a glint in his eyes, as though he was searching for something. When he saw that, Xieling's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He could accept losing the Mars stone. Although he complained internally about losing a piece of mercury ice, he could still endure it. But now, from the looks of it, Zimo was bent on getting his hands on the treasure of level 3 as well. Xie grit his teeth and remained silent. The losses this time round were way too great. The location of the treasure in level 3 was not as secluded as level 1 and 2. Beside the teleportation formation, there was a killing intent storm that connected the heavens and the earth. Like a gigantic dragon, it howled continuously and released streams of killing intent. The killing intent burst forth and covered the skies. Some of them formed dense arrows that rained down. Some of them formed sharp sword chi along the way to stop intruders. The treasure was in the middle of the metal cyclone and was a Venus stone. The Venus stone was a meteor that fell from Venus. The power of metal within was extremely pure and was an excellent material for forging weapons and dharmic treasures. The cyclone was way too striking and could be seen instantly without even searching. Indeed. Zimo stood on the teleportation formation and looked around. Instantly, he saw the cyclone and in a flash, closed into it. Clang, clang, clang. Before Zimo could come into contact with the cyclone, the metallic killing intent released by the cyclone was already colliding against the green lotus true body repeatedly with the sound of jade clashing. Zimo frowned slightly. As expected of this space that focused on killing, it was extremely lethal. Before he even made contact with the cyclone, the green lotus true body already felt waves of pain. However, the more that was the case, the more he could not give up. The remaining wall of the hell suppression tripod had yet to be repaired. According to his deduction, the patterns on the tripod should be one of the 4 sacred beings, the white tiger sacred soul. The white tiger resided in the west and focused on killing. If he could let the hell suppression tripod devour the treasure in this space, the 4th tripod wall would definitely be repaired. He did not know what would happen if the hell suppression tripod was completely repaired. However, Zimo was certain that the Prajna Nirvana Sutra could be revealed completely. If the power of those treasures was enough, the 4 sacred souls might awaken. As he pondered, he was already getting closer to the metal cyclone. Towards the end, his speed decreased as well. His body was already torn by the cyclone and shallow wounds appeared. The regeneration capabilities of the green lotus true body were shocking and his wounds healed the moment they appeared without any blood splattering. However, if he continued forward, his green lotus true body would be injured. Even the green lotus true body might not be able to withstand it if he entered the center of the cyclone. Zimo glared at the metal cyclone not far away and his gaze intensified. He channeled his essence spirit and conjured sword arts with both hands. TSK, 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 heaven-slaying sword chi, condense. Zimo's two-handed sword art gathered tens of thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi that interweaved continuously. Under the control of his spirit consciousness, the endless heaven-slaying sword chi gathered in his palm and formed a sharp heaven-slaying sword. The sharpness of a single heaven-slaying sword chi was extremely terrifying. The sword formed by the tens of thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi pushed the killing power to its limit. There were no changes to the firmaments of the 9 heavens. However, in the skies above the Yang Immortal Kingdom under the scorching sun, countless stars appeared with chaotic trajectories. Some stars even fell from mid-air. When the heavens killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. The condensation of the heaven-slaying sword caused a change that shook the world. Pest! What immortal art is that? How terrifying! The power of that sword art reminds me of an ancient saying in the legends of the upper world. When the heavens killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Many cultivators turned towards Yun Ting instinctively. Some cultivators recalled the evaluation of Zimo on the Earth ranking prediction. There was indeed a record of the heaven-slaying sword chi. However, no one expected the might of the heaven-slaying sword chi to be so terrifying. 9 heavens. The moment the heaven-slaying sword was formed, the metal cyclone not far away paused for a moment. The heaven-slaying sword chi and metal cyclone were releasing killing intent wildly. The collision of the 2 killing powers seemed like it could tear everything apart. Zimo growled and leaped up. Gripping the heaven-slaying sword in reverse with both hands, he descended from the skies and stabbed towards the metal cyclone not far away. Boom! The heaven-slaying sword collided against the metal cyclone and let out a deafening bang. At that moment, the massive cyclone that connected heaven and earth showed signs of stopping and dissipating, revealing a flaw. Suzumo's eyes lit up. He did not let go of this fleeting opportunity and charged into the cyclone, grabbing a stone within. He had obtained the Venus stone. Although he had the heaven-slaying sword and the metal cyclone paused for a brief moment, its power still remained. The Green Lotus true body was riddled with holes in an extremely tragic state. Suzumo endured the immense pain and tossed the Venus stone into his consciousness. As the hell suppression tripod descended and devoured the Venus stone, the scar on its fourth wall reacted and began to quiver. Chapter 2211, 2211 Human-Eating Flower. 2211 Human-Eating Flower. The price is too great. When he saw that, apart from admiration, Xie Qingcheng could not help but lament. The Mars stone, Mercury ice, and Venus stone were all priceless treasures. It was definitely a huge opportunity and gain to be able to obtain 3 treasures. However, it was also because of this that Suzumo released too many trump cards. Those methods had a relatively long recovery time. If he continued forward, it would be difficult for him to release them again on the Earth ranking. This was extremely disadvantageous for Suzumo's future. Furthermore, Suzumo was severely injured by the metal cyclone and was covered in injuries. It would take a lot of mental and essence chi to heal his injuries. It might take a long time and all of that would have a huge impact on him. The expressions of the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy turned grimmer as well. In their opinion, if they could remind Suzumo, the best decision right now was to stop advancing and stop while he was ahead. The Mars stone, Mercury ice, and Venus stone alone were unimaginable gains. Xie Qingcheng and the Academy elders' worries were not unfounded. However, they did not know that Suzumo was the Green Lotus true body and his regeneration capabilities were extremely shocking to begin with. Right now, although he was only an Earth Immortal, his essence spirit was at the Heaven Immortal realm. Coupled with the fact that he was the Green Lotus true body, he could completely undergo blood rebirth and his regeneration capabilities were even more terrifying than Heaven Immortals. Although the injuries caused by the metal cyclone looked terrifying, they were only superficial wounds for him and had almost no effect. He would recover to his original state before long. As for Suzumo's trump cards, he did not care even if he released them in advance. The Green Lotus true body had too many methods and trump cards. What he revealed was only a part of them. 9 heavens. After Suzumo sent the Venus stone into his consciousness and it was devoured by the hell suppression tripod, the gigantic metal cyclone outside dissipated. Standing on the spot, Suzumo took a breather and looked at the ranking. He did not waste much time this time round and his ranking was still at 500. If nothing went wrong in level 4, he would definitely be able to rank in the top 100. For him, it was fine as long as he could make it into the top 100 of the elimination round of the 9 heavens. As for the final ranking, a ranking battle was required. Suzumo rested for a while and the wounds on his body gradually healed. They stopped bleeding and healed at an astonishing speed. Thereafter, he arrived at the teleportation formation and ascended to level 4. After reaching level 4, Suzumo released his spirit consciousness and looked over. Compared to the previous 3 levels, level 4 looked much more normal and was extremely similar to the outside world. Mountain ranges stood tall and green water surrounded them. The vegetation was sumptuous and lush. In this space, one could sense a rich heaven and earth essence chi. It was filled with vitality, birdsong, fragrance, and was peaceful. Suzumo did not advance rashly. Since it was the elimination round of the 9 heavens, cultivators would definitely not be able to pass it easily. He surveyed his surroundings and his gaze landed on a cultivator. Coincidentally, this person was from Heaven and Earth Academy and his name was Liu Ping. Liu Ping was ranked last in the outer sect competition and was not ranked on the Earth ranking prediction this time round. Although he did not say anything, he was indignant and wanted to make use of this opportunity to prove himself. Liu Ping advanced carefully with a calm expression. Suddenly, the grass beneath his feet grew wildly without warning and coiled around his legs, extending down his lower body as though it wanted to bind his entire body. The edges of the long grass were extremely sharp and serrated. The moment it coiled around him, wounds appeared on Liu Ping's body and fresh blood flowed. Go. Liu Ping was rather calm and did not panic. He channeled his spirit consciousness and released some sort of immortal art immediately. His hands transformed into two swords that slashed at the grass on his body. At the same time, he consumed an elixir pill swiftly and the blood on his wounds gradually stopped flowing. Although the grass was still growing wildly, he could protect them temporarily with the help of his immortal art. Liu Ping channeled his blood qi and hollered once more. Piak! Piak! A crisp sound came from his legs and the wild grass was snapped by him instantly. However, the surrounding grass seemed to have sensed something and extended over. Countless grass and vines filled with thorns. Although Liu Ping resisted continuously, the vegetation here was endless. In that short period of time, he had only taken a few steps when he sank deeper and deeper. Suddenly, sensing danger, Liu Ping dodged to the side hurriedly. However, he was entangled by many plants and his movements were sluggish. As such, his body merely shifted slightly. Behind him, a gigantic mouth descended from the skies and bit his shoulder, ripping it apart. Sheeing. Blood gushed out. Liu Ping's arm was torn off by that huge mouth in a tragic manner. If he had dodged slower, his head would have been bitten off. Ah! Liu Ping cried out in pain and turned back instinctively. He could not help but turn pale with fright. The bloody mouth that bit off his arm did not come from any demon beast. Instead, it was a seemingly ordinary flower beside him. But now, the middle of the flower changed continuously, turning into a mouth filled with fangs that chewed his arm as blood spurted everywhere. This seemingly beautiful flower ate human flesh. Suddenly, Liu Ping realized that everything around him was filled with endless killing intent that could take his life. More and more vines coiled around him and the vegetation grew wildly. The human-eating flower devoured his broken arm in a few moments and bit towards him once more. Just as Liu Ping was about to struggle and retreat, he smelled a strange fragrance. Immediately, he felt his head spin and his limbs went limp. This is bad. Liu Ping's heart skipped a beat. This is where I die. The fragrance was also emitted by the flower and could clearly affect the movements of cultivators. If Liu Ping was in his peak condition, he would definitely be able to notice something unusual and neutralize the fragrance with a surge of his blood qi. But now that he was here, he had already used many immortal arts and divine powers. His essence qi was expended and his essence spirit was a little weak. Under such circumstances, this human-eating flower could take his life. Liu Ping's expression was filled with despair as he watched the blooded mouth descend from the skies and chomp down viciously. However, he could not muster any strength at all. Just as Liu Ping was about to give up, a strange change happened in his surroundings. The mouth of the flower paused above his head. Although it was extremely close to him, it did not bite down. Right on the heels of that, as though it was shocked, the flower retracted in a strange manner and reverted to its tender and beautiful form, swaying gently in an extremely obedient manner. Chapter 2212 Subdued Flora. 2212 Subdued Flora. Liu Ping was stunned. He looked at the flower in a daze and could not snap out of his stupor. For a moment, he thought that he was hallucinating. However, before long, the vegetation and vines that coiled around him retreated rapidly and returned to normal. The surroundings became peaceful once more. All of a sudden, the frenzied plants from earlier on were no longer aggressive. "Senior brother Liu, are you all right?" Right then, a voice sounded behind him. Immediately after, someone helped him up. Liu Ping turned back. "Junior brother Su?" It was his fellow sect mate from the academy, Su Zimo. "Junior brother Su, you've ascended to level 4 as well?" Liu Ping was slightly surprised. "Although your cultivation realm is slightly inferior, you're not much slower than me in terms of speed. I've truly underestimated you." Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. As though he suddenly thought of something, Liu Ping said hurriedly, "Junior brother Su, watch out. The surrounding vegetation is extremely aggressive. My arm was snapped by that flower." Liu Ping pointed to his broken arm that had yet to recover and looked at the beautiful flower not far away, saying with lingering fear, Su Zimo nodded. When Liu Ping saw Su Zimo's nonchalant and indifferent expression, he explained, "Junior brother Su, don't be blinded by the appearance of that flower. That flower looks normal right now. However, it truly transformed into a gigantic mouth earlier on with sharp fangs that were even more terrifying than any ferocious beast." As Liu Ping said that, he channeled his essence spirit and his severed arm regrew slowly. "You are right, senior brother Liu. We should proceed with caution." Su Zimo agreed. Liu Ping said deeply, "Since the two of us can meet here, it's a rare opportunity. We can join forces and attempt to clear level 4. All right." Su Zimo did not explain further. In any case, he was going to advance himself and it was fine even if he brought someone with him. "Junior brother Su, your cultivation realm is lower. You can cover the back while I take the lead to pave the way." Liu Ping said in a deep voice, "If I can't hold on, you can hold out for a while at the front." "Sure." Su Zimo did not decline either. "Senior brother Liu, let's hurry and catch up to the others." Liu Ping took a deep breath of air and released his spirit consciousness, heading forward warily. Su Zimo followed behind. Strangely enough, after the two of them walked for a while, the surrounding vegetation did not move or attack them at all. It was as though everything that Liu Ping experienced earlier on was his imagination. "Junior brother Su, did anything happen behind you?" Liu Ping asked as he surveyed his surroundings. "Everything is normal." Su Zimo held the badge in his hands and looked at their rankings continuously. Although the two of them did not encounter any obstacles along the way, Liu Ping was already like a startled bird and did not advance at a fast speed. Although their rankings were rising continuously, their speed was also slow. Su Zimo gradually revealed a hint of impatience. "Junior brother Su, you must buck up and not be distracted." When Liu Ping heard Su Zimo's distracted tone, he reminded again, "Although everything around us seems normal, danger can appear at any moment. The calmer it is, the more likely it is that there is an unimaginable storm." Su Zimo could not help but say, "Senior brother Liu, let me take the lead. Come and cover the back so that you can take a break as well." Liu Ping pondered for a moment and said, "All right, you'll take the lead for a while. If we encounter any danger, we'll change positions immediately. Senior brother Liu, just follow me." Su Zimo said and arrived before Liu Ping in a flash, striding forward. "Hey, hey." Liu Ping was shocked and shouted hurriedly, "Junior brother Su, you're running too fast. Be careful. Watch out for that flower. Watch out for that vine." Su Zimo turned a deaf ear and continued sprinting forward. Liu Ping was scared out of his wits and wanted to abandon Su Zimo. However, he felt uneasy and could only chase after Su Zimo while shouting from behind. Su Zimo's speed increased. In the end, Liu Ping could only use his full strength to barely keep up with Su Zimo's speed and no longer had the strength to shout. The strange thing was that the two of them did not encounter any attacks along the way and the surrounding vegetation became incomparably quiet. In fact, Liu Ping witnessed a rather strange scene. Initially, a dense patch of grass blocked in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo had no intention of dodging and charged over. The dense grass actually dodged to both sides, opening up a path for Su Zimo to advance smoothly. Strange. Liu Ping looked at Su Zimo's back view and frowned slightly. What excited him was that their rankings were rising rapidly. 400. 300. 200. This also meant that the other cultivators did not have it as smoothly as the two of them in level 4. In the square, many cultivators looked at the green-robed cultivator in the 9 heavens with agape mouths. Through the observation of the first 3 levels, everyone had some understanding of Su Zimo's methods and were psychologically prepared. However, no one expected level 4 to be so simple for Su Zimo. Level 4 was the flora world. All the plants in this space were sentient. A portion of the plants did not have any offensive capabilities and could merely entangle and restrain cultivators, harassing them continuously and delaying them. Of course, there were also many plants within that possessed extremely terrifying offensive and lethality. The flower that Liu Ping encountered was only one of the most ordinary ones. Along the way, the two of them passed by countless terrifying offensive plants. However, none of them attacked the two of them. In other places in this space, The same vegetation had already killed many cultivators. However, for some reason, the plants suddenly became quiet and obedient in front of Suzimo. It was clear for the bystanders. Everyone could tell that this was definitely not Liu Ping's ability. When he first entered level 4, Liu Ping was almost devoured by a flower. The reason why the flower suddenly retreated was because of Suzimo's appearance. Suzimo sure is something. This person passed through level 1 with a flame immortal art and level 2 with heavenly perfected water. Even at level 3, he released many movement techniques and secret skills. Although it was spectacular, he did not have it easy. However, at level 4, everyone could clearly see that Suzimo did not release any divine powers or secret skills in level 4 and continued forward smoothly. I reckon that this person must have cultivated some cultivation technique or secret skill related to flora and obtained the recognition of this flora world. That's why they did not attack him. Some people speculated. However, perfected Immortal Xieling frowned in confusion. In his opinion, it did not seem as though Suzimo had gained the recognition of the plants. Instead, it was as though the plants revered him. Chapter 2213, 2213 Ranking Superiority. 2213 Ranking Superiority. By this point of the elimination round in the 9 heavens, there were not many cultivators who were truly qualified to be ranked on the Earth ranking. Right now, the number 1 of the ranking, the reincarnated Immortal Fengyin, had already reached level 5. Immortal Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect followed closely behind and did not fall far behind. There was not much danger in level 5 and it was much calmer. However, the space of level 5 had an extremely terrifying gravity restriction. Even if a grade 9 Earth Immortal used immortal arts and divine powers in this space, he could not jump too high, let alone fly in the air. Peerless monster incarnates like Fengyin and Tai Hua could naturally fly through the air for a short period of time. However, that would consume too much essence chi and it was not worth it. Therefore, even when the 2 of them ascended to this place, they chose to travel on foot and sped towards the Earth ranking steely. Although it was only an elimination round, it could indeed reflect the methods of the 2 reincarnated immortals. Although the difference between the 2 of them was not great, they were far ahead of everyone else. By the time the 2 of them arrived at the Earth ranking steely, the 3rd place had yet to ascend to level 5. When he saw that, perfected Immortal Xieling nodded slightly and said, "Seems like there's not much deviation in the prediction of the Earth ranking this time round. The 1st and 2nd place of the elimination round have already been determined. Fellow Taoists Green Peak and White Sea, congratulations in advance." Xieling looked at Heaven Immortal Green Peak and Heaven Immortal White Sea with a smile and raised his glass from afar. The 2 Heaven Immortals returned the greeting hurriedly. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, "Before Immortal Fengyin reincarnated, he was my senior brother. He is merely participating in this Earth ranking casually this time round without any pressure." Although Heaven Immortal Green Peak sounded nonchalant, there was a hint of pride in his tone. Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled as well. If not for something else, Immortal Tai Hua wouldn't have appeared to take part in the fight for the Earth ranking this time round as well. Xu Xiaotian asked softly as he listened to the discussions of the important figures at the table, "Your Highness, the ranking of the elimination round is only temporary. What's the use of being number 1 or 2? Isn't there still a ranking battle after the elimination round? It's very useful." Xie Qingcheng smiled and explained, "After the ranking of the top 100 Earth Immortals of the elimination round is over, the ranking battle will be held immediately without any gaps." Xu Xiaotian blinked in confusion. Xie Qingcheng continued, "This means that the earlier one reaches level 5 and the higher their ranking in the elimination round, the longer they will be able to rest and recover." Ah! Xu Xiaotian reacted and came to a realization. In other words, Fengyin, Tai Hua, and the others can rest immediately after arriving and recover their essence chi. Those that are ranked lower and arrive later will have less time to rest. It will definitely affect their ranking battle later on. That's right. Xie Qingcheng nodded and said, "That's not the only advantage of being ranked at the top of the elimination round. There are other advantages." Xu Xiaotian was surprised. In his opinion, that fact alone was enough for the cultivators at the front to gain the upper hand in the ranking battle. The ranking battle is conducted in pairs. Xie Qingcheng said, the first will be up against the 100th place, the second will be against the 99th place and so on. The benefit of this rule is that it can prevent two peerless paragons from meeting beforehand and resulting in an overly intense fight that results in another paragon being eliminated. That was not hard to understand. For Feng Yin and Tai Hua, if they met in the first round of the ranking battle, one of them would definitely be eliminated. It was way too unfair for the Earth ranking. Xu Xiaotian was secretly speechless. In other words, the lower the ranking of the elimination round, the stronger the opponents they will encounter in the ranking battle. That's right. Xie Qingcheng nodded and said, if you're ranked 100th or 99th in the elimination round, you can choose to admit defeat against Feng Yin and Tai Hua in the ranking battle. Xu Xiaotian said, it's no wonder why everyone wants to reach the Earth ranking stele as soon as possible and be ranked higher in the elimination rounds. So, there's such a huge difference in the order of ranking. Right then, Feng Yin stood in front of the Earth ranking stele and hesitated for a moment before soaring into the air. The stele was 100 feet tall. For many Earth immortals, they could reach a height of 100 feet in a single leap even without using immortal arts. However, in level 5, there was a gravity field. The higher one soared, the greater the gravity restriction. In the end, it could be augmented by hundreds or even 1,000 times of gravity. For Earth immortals, a height of 100 feet was almost impossible. Everyone in the square watched as Feng Yin flew through the air at an increasingly slower speed. 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet. Feng Yin had already arrived at the height of the stele at 80 feet, but he did not leave his name. Right then, Tai Hua arrived before the stele as well. He looked at the seal above his head and his eyes flashed. He channeled his spirit consciousness and circulated an immortal art, soaring into the air as well. Strange. Xu Xiaotian murmured softly, isn't it enough to just carve your name on the Earth ranking stele? Why are they flying so high? His heart skipped a beat as though he thought of something. Your Highness, could it be that the higher your name is on the stele, the more useful it will be for the ranking battle? You're thinking too much. Xie Qingcheng smiled, even many women in the square paled in comparison. Pausing for a moment, he said, however, supreme monster incarnates like Feng Yin and Tai Hua are innately prideful. Since they want to leave their names on the stele, they will definitely not bow down to others. There is naturally no way the two of them would allow others to casually leave names above theirs on the stele. The words etched on the stele were the personal symbols of everyone. As reincarnated immortals, since Feng Yin and Tai Hua wanted to leave their names, they had to ascend to the peak and look down on other cultivators from above. Xie Qingcheng looked at the two figures that were ascending slowly in front of the stele and said, in every elimination round of the 9 heavens, some paragons and monster incarnates will compete in secret here to determine the victor. Typically, ascending to a height of 80 feet is already the limit. However, judging from Feng Yin and Tai Hua's methods, they're probably stronger than 80 feet. By the time Feng Yin reached the height of 80 feet, his speed was already getting slower. However, he did not stop and channeled his blood qi to its limits. The sound of a tsunami echoed from his body as he continued soaring through the air. A moment later, he finally reached a height of 90 feet. Feng Yin lowered his head slightly and glanced at Tai Hua, who was closing in rapidly beneath him. If he gave it his all, he could naturally rise a little more. However, that would expose him too much and consume too much energy. There was no need for that. He believed that Tai Hua would not give it his all to continue rising just for a moment of pride either. At that thought, Feng Yin left his name on the stele at 90 feet. Chapter 2214, 2214 Change. 2214 Change. Feng Yin did not leave after leaving his name at a height of 90 feet. Before long, Tai Hua ascended as well and his blood qi surged with a tsunami. Indeed. He glanced at Feng Yin beside him and did not continue ascending. He carved his name at a height of 90 feet as well. If he continued ascending, the gravity he would have to endure would be unimaginable and it would not be worth it. The true fight between the two of them was the final ranking battle. At a height of 90 feet at the stele, the two of them exchanged glances and sparks flew. Both could see the fighting spirit in the other's eyes. In the hearts of the two reincarnated immortals, only the other party was worthy of being their opponent for the Earth ranking this time round. These two fellow Taoists are truly interesting. Perfected Immortal Xieling smiled and said, leaving their names at 90 feet on the stele should be a record. As far as I know, it's unprecedented and will most likely not be surpassed in the future as well. Many cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect and Imperial Wind Temple raised their heads slightly and felt proud. Feng Yin and Tai Hua stood side by side on the Earth ranking stele like two perfected immortals. They shone incomparably and ascended to the peak, looking down at the world in an untouchable manner. It's only 90 feet. What's there to be cocky about? Yun Ting looked at the faces of the cultivators from Flying Immortal Sect and Imperial Wind Sect and sneered. Unfortunately, even you, Yun Ting, are only good at talking. You no longer have the chance to take part. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said indifferently. Yun Ting snorted coldly and did not reply. Feng Yin and Tai Hua descended and rested not far away. Before long, Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect arrived before the stele. Yu Feng was also ranked third on the Earth ranking prediction. The prediction of the Earth ranking had an extremely high evaluation of him. According to the compiler, if not for the two reincarnated immortals, Yu Feng would have been the top of the Earth ranking this time round. Yu Feng stood in front of the stele and raised his head slightly, looking at the two Dao titles at the highest point with a hesitant expression. After a moment of silence, he pursed his lips and did not choose to soar into the air to try and surpass the two of them. He stood on the spot with his feet on the ground and left his name on the stele. Thereafter, he came to the other side and assumed a lotus position. He consumed an elixir pill and began to recover his essence chi and stamina. When he saw that, Xieling praised, "This disciple of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is not bad. He has a calm personality and did not expend his essence chi or stamina rashly to fight for a needless position. His future is promising." Heaven Abyss of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect nodded slightly in admiration as well. In his opinion, rather than expend his essence chi and stamina on competing for the height of the stele, he might as well accumulate momentum and explode in the final ranking battle. Right then, Tai Han, who was ranked fourth, had already ascended and strode towards the stele. It was no wonder why Tai Han was the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Although he was delayed in level 2, he still surpassed everyone and became the fourth person to arrive before the Earth ranking stele. Tai Han raised his head and looked at the two names that were 90 feet tall. He did not choose to soar into the air. Instead, he carved his name below. With Feng Yin and Tai Hua's Dao titles at 90 feet, looking down at everyone, the other cultivators did not have any desire to fight for supremacy. Strange. Suddenly, Shu Xiaotian whispered, "Your Highness, aren't the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect joining forces to kill Mr. Su? Why aren't they doing anything?" Xie Qingcheng frowned. He had been considering this question ever since the elimination round began. That was also his confusion at the moment. Could Prince Yuan's were truly be bluffing? Xie Qingcheng glanced sideways at Prince Yuan Zhuo, who was not far away. At that moment, Prince Yuan Zhuo had a relaxed expression. There was no hint of anxiousness, as though everything before him was within his expectations. After Tai Han etched his name, he exchanged glances with Tai Hua and nodded slightly before heading to the other side. Xie Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat as he said, "I got it. They're going to attack here." "In front of the Earth ranking stele?" Shu Xiaotian asked. Xie Qingcheng nodded and said, "Apart from a few teleportation formations, there's also this Earth ranking stele that can gather cultivators of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. However, cultivators of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect are not the only ones who can gather before the Earth ranking stele. Earth Immortals of Heaven and Earth Academy can also gather here." Shu Xiaotian frowned. At that time, the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy will definitely not watch Mr. Su be surrounded. Could it be? Suddenly, Xie Qingcheng thought of a terrifying guess and his expression changed slightly in shock. Right then, the fifth cultivator who arrived at the Earth ranking stele had already appeared. Princess Scarlet Rainbow. As Xie Qingcheng had expected, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's movement technique gave her a considerable advantage in the elimination round of the 9 heavens. Her combat strength could not be ranked in the top 5. However, she was the 5th to arrive in the elimination round of the 9 heavens and had surpassed many cultivators on the prediction ranking. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy exchanged glances and nodded to themselves in satisfaction. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow arrived before the Earth ranking stele, she glanced at Feng Yin, Tai Hua, and the other 2 who were resting with their eyes closed. She then looked at the 4 names on the stele and pouted her lips slightly. She was unlike Yu Feng and Tai Han. She was indignant and wanted to give it a shot. Soaring into the air, she flew higher and higher, releasing many immortal arts and divine powers in succession. However, by the time she reached the height of 70 feet, she was already exhausted and could no longer soar into the air. She had no choice but to carve her name on this spot. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's figure descended slowly. As though he sensed something, Xie Qingcheng leaned forward slightly and glared at the 9 heavens with a nervous expression. Just as Princess Scarlet Rainbow was about to land on the ground, a change happened. Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han, who were initially resting with their eyes closed on both sides of the stele, suddenly opened their eyes. The 2 of them moved and attacked at the same time, charging towards Princess Scarlet Rainbow. This change happened without any warning. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had just carved her name at a height of 70 feet and was completely exhausted. Coupled with the fact that she was caught off guard and was now surrounded by 2 supreme monster incarnates, Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han, she could not defend against them at all. She could not even defeat either of them alone. Now that the 2 experts had joined forces and everything happened so suddenly while she was exhausted, she did not even have the chance to escape. Although she was fast, she was restricted by gravity in the level 5 space and was greatly affected. The attacks of Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han were like thunder and arrived instantly. Even the spectators were stunned on the spot and could not react for a moment, let alone Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was directly involved. Bang! Bang! Both parties merely exchanged a single round of blows. The moment Princess Scarlet Rainbow's figure descended, she was restrained by Immortal Tai Hua. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was captured. Immortal Tai Hua's spirit consciousness moved and he circulated an immortal art, releasing a seal that imprinted itself on Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's body, essence chi, and essence spirit were sealed and she could not move at all. Chapter 2215, 2215 Lesson. 2215 Lesson. When he saw that, Xie Qingcheng sighed internally. Indeed, what he was worried about earlier on happened. When he realized that the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were going to attack at the Earth ranking stele, he could vaguely guess that there was a high chance the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy would be targeted. What are the Great Jin Immortal Sect and Flying Immortal Sect trying to do? Elder Zhong of Heaven and Earth Academy questioned loudly with a changed expression. The other elders looked in the direction of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect with furious gazes. Perfected Immortal Xieling frowned slightly and asked, Yuan Zhe, White Sea, what's the meaning of this? Apart from being a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was also a princess of the Yang Immortal Kingdom. It was impossible for Xieling to be indifferent when he saw that. Prince Yuan's stood up and bowed slightly to Xieling with a smile. Don't worry, Your Highness. Tai Han and Tai Hua know their limits and will definitely not hurt Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Xieling's expression softened. Prince Yuan's continued, not only that, Tai Han and Tai Hua even waited for Princess Scarlet Rainbow to carve her name on the Earth ranking stele before attacking her. We are merely sealing Princess Scarlet Rainbow temporarily so that she can watch a good show from the side. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently and said leisurely with a smile. What's the meaning of this? Elder He of Heaven and Earth Academy opposite glared and shouted. It's nothing. Prince Yuanzhe shrugged his shoulders slightly and said casually, I just want the disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy to behave themselves later on lest they get injured. At that point, the elders of the academy understood as well. The actions of the Great Jinn Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were to restrain the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy first, lest they helped Suzumo later on. Initially, everyone thought that Suzumo was the only one targeted by the Great Jinn Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect's plan. However, they did not expect that these two factions were going to target Heaven and Earth Academy as a whole. Elder Zhong's expression was terrible as he said coldly, "Does that mean that from the beginning, your two factions were prepared to join forces to deal with Heaven and Earth Academy?" In the previous Earth rankings, although there were also fights between cultivators of the major factions, it would not turn into a fight between factions. At the very least, the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects would definitely not fall out. To think that the Great Jinn Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would join forces to openly attack cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy for the sake of an Earth Immortal at this 10,000-year meet. Since Heaven and Earth Academy wants to protect the sinner hunted down by the Great Jinn Immortal Kingdom, you have to endure this. Apart from Princess Scarlet Rainbow, no one else from Heaven and Earth Academy will have a chance to leave their names on the Earth ranking this time round. Prince Yuan Zhuo did not hide anything and admitted it directly. He sneered with a mocking expression. This fight for the Earth ranking can be considered as a small lesson for Heaven and Earth Academy. Sure. Elder, he was so angry that he laughed instead. Since your two factions are shameless, don't blame our academy for not showing mercy in the future. Heaven and Earth Academy will definitely not let this matter rest. The next 10,000-year meet would be held at Heaven and Earth Academy. As the host, Heaven and Earth Academy naturally had many ways to take revenge on the Great Jinn Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. As though he could read Elder his mind, Prince Yuanzhua smiled and said, "It's fine. At most, we'll just send a few people from the Great Jinn Immortal Kingdom to the next 10,000-year meet so that Heaven and Earth Academy can take revenge." Elder, he was enraged, but there was nothing he could do. Since they planned this and were prepared to attack Heaven and Earth Academy, they naturally took into account the consequences and had long thought of a countermeasure. Heaven Immortal White Sea looked at the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy and smiled leisurely. "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Tai Hua, Tai Han, and the others know their limits. Apart from Suzumo, they won't harm the lives of the other disciples of the Academy." Elder Zhong had a furious expression as he clenched his fists and glared at Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea coldly. Although the elders of the Academy were enraged, they could not do anything and could only let the situation develop. Interesting. Heaven Immortal Green Peak of Imperial Wind Temple clapped and smiled. "Actually, elders, there's no need to get angry. From another perspective, this matter might be a form of protection for these disciples of the Academy. Think about it. If these disciples of the Academy are not sealed, they will fight later on and both parties will fight to the death. How many disciples of the Academy can survive with a reincarnated immortal like Tai Hua around?" Heaven Immortal Green Peak was merely watching the show and fanning the flames. Ha 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 ha. Yunting burst into laughter and looked askance at Heaven Immortal Green Peak. "I've truly witnessed it. This is the first time I've heard someone making falsehoods sound so good." Heaven Immortal Green Peak chuckled. "Nine heavens. What are you guys doing?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow was restrained and frowned. She glared at Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han and hollered with a furious expression. Immortal Tai Hua had a haughty expression and ignored Princess Scarlet Rainbow. He walked to the side of the stele and continued resting with his eyes closed. "Princess, we'll have to trouble you," Tai Han said indifferently. He supported Princess Scarlet Rainbow and placed her beside the stele in a cross-D posture. Throughout the entire process, Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not move and could only let Tai Han manipulate her. "Bastard, let go of me. How dare you touch me? This is the Yang Immortal Kingdom, bastard." Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not move at all and could only curse to vent the anger in her heart. "How noisy." Immortal Tai Hua frowned slightly and flicked his finger gently. His essence chi rapidly formed a rune in mid-air that landed on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's face. Oh. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow realized that she could not speak, her face flushed red and she was even angrier. However, She struggled for a moment but could not break through the seal planted by Immortal Tai Hua. She could only pant slightly and glare at Tai Hua and Tai Han, who were not far away, wanting nothing more than to kill them with her gaze. Not far away, Feng Yin did not open his eyes the entire time, as though he was indifferent to this matter. Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect watched coldly from the sidelines in deep thought. He vaguely guessed something but did not say anything. This matter had nothing to do with him or Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. There was no need for him to bother. He only had a single goal this time round, to get to the top of the Earth ranking as soon as possible. Before long, the sixth cultivator to arrive at the Earth ranking steely appeared. He was also from Flying Immortal Sect and his Dao title was Qing Chunzi. He had a handsome face and his white robes fluttered in the wind, looking extraordinary. If not for the appearance of Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Chunzi would have been the #1 Earth Immortal of Flying Immortal Sect. Qing Chunzi arrived and etched his name on the stele. He was not surprised at all when he saw the restrained Princess Scarlet Rainbow and bowed slightly to Immortal Tai Hua before sitting down to rest. The seventh person to arrive on the stele was from the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom, Xie Yun. Back in the fight between the younger generation of the royal family of the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was defeated by Xie Yun. In the Earth ranking prediction, Xie Yun was also ranked in the top 10. Chapter 2216 Forced into a Corner. 2216 Forced into a Corner. Arriving before the Earth ranking stele, Xie Yun looked at Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was sitting in a lotus position not far away after leaving his name on it. I've defeated you before. In the elimination round of the 9 heavens, you beat me once. Seems like we can only compete in the ranking battle. Oh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes widened and she could not speak, only whimpering. Xie Yun frowned slightly and walked forward slowly when he saw the strange expression on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's face. Just as he was about to ask, Tai Han at the side suddenly opened his eyes and said indifferently, Your Highness Xie Yun, Princess Scarlet Rainbow is fine. Please don't interfere in this matter. Just watch the show from the sidelines, Your Highness. Qing Chunzi of Flying Immortal Sect smiled as well. Xie Yun's gaze swept past the two of them and landed on Immortal Tai Hua, who was not far away, vaguely guessing something. Xie Yun pondered for a moment before retreating to the side to wait and see. Oh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow let out continuous sounds. Xie Yun shook his head slightly with an apologetic expression. As long as Princess Scarlet Rainbow was fine, he did not care about the lives of others. In fact, some people might even become his opponents for the Earth ranking. Even if they were suppressed and killed, he would not interfere. The 8th was from Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, Prince Yun Lei. 1,000 years ago, Prince Yun Lei took part in the Immortal Sect selection at the same time as Princess Scarlet Rainbow. However, he joined Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. After Prince Yun Lei left his name on the stele, he heard Princess Scarlet Rainbow's whimper and sensed something unusual. His gaze swept past Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Qing Chunzi and his heart skipped a beat. Although their locations seemed casual, they were extremely particular. Any cultivator that arrived before the Earth ranking stele could fall into their encirclement. Yun Ting's heart skipped a beat as he deduced the rough truth and retreated to the other side to watch. 9th, Prince Yun Dao of the Zixuan Immortal Kingdom. 10th, Yi Fei of Heaven and Earth Academy. When Yi Fei reached level 5, the elders of the academy became nervous. Yi Fei was the #1 of the outer sect competition and the academy had high hopes for him. Everyone outside the 9 heavens knew what was about to happen. However, Yi Fei did not know that a gigantic trap awaited him ahead. As long as he arrived at the Earth ranking stele, Tai Han and the others would attack and not give him a chance to leave his name on the stele. This was also the brilliance of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. With the involvement of Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han, the two of them could join forces as long as they arrived at the stele first. The combination of the two of them was enough to suppress anyone caught off guard. Furthermore, as time passed by, more and more cultivators from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect arrived. As for the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy, Every time someone arrived at the stele, they would be suppressed and sealed until Su Zimo appeared. 9 heavens. Wild winds howled and gravel filled the air. For some reason, there was a murderous aura in this space. In the sand, Yi Fei advanced continuously and finally caught sight of the earth-ranking stele that was 100 feet tall in the sand. There were also some cultivators scattered around the earth-ranking stele, resting with their eyes closed. Among them was a woman. From afar, she looked like Princess Scarlet Rainbow from her clothes and figure. Due to the yellow sand blocking his vision, his spirit consciousness could not extend too far and Yi Fei could not see everything clearly. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes widened as she watched Yi Fei approach. However, she could not speak and could only use her full strength to whimper. However, her mouth was sealed by Immortal Tai Hua and even the whimpering sound was extremely soft. Unless one was close, they would not be able to hear it. Yi Fei strode forward quickly and gradually approached the stele of the earth ranking, gradually making out the few people around him. Feng Yin, Tai Hua, Tai Han. That woman was indeed Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Junior sister Scarlet Rainbow, to think that you're even faster than me. Yi Fei said loudly with a smile and continued advancing towards the earth-ranking stele. Princess Scarlet Rainbow could hear Yi Fei's voice, but she could not hear him. The more that was the case, the more anxious she became. Yi Fei took a few more steps forward and suddenly stopped. Narrowing his gaze slightly, he looked at the few cultivators around the earth-ranking stele with a bewildered expression. The fact that Princess Scarlet Rainbow did not reply alarmed him. He swept his gaze across the locations of Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Qing Chunzi and noticed something unusual. Something isn't right. Yi Fei frowned with a grim expression. As expected of the number 1 of Heaven and Earth Academy's outer sect. Your alertness has already surpassed others. Suddenly, Qing Chunzi of Flying Immortal sect opened his eyes and chuckled. At the same time, Tai Han moved and charged towards Yi Fei at an extremely fast speed. Qing Chunzi lunged towards Yi Fei as well. Initially, the two of them wanted to wait for Yi Fei to get closer before attacking. To think that Yi Fei would notice something unusual beforehand. Yi Fei's reaction was extremely fast as well and he retreated the moment Qing Chunzi spoke. Be it Tai Han or Qing Chunzi, they were both above him in the rankings. If it was a one-on-one fight, he had a chance of winning. However, he had no chance of winning if the two of them joined forces. Furthermore, there was Immortal Tai Hua over there. Yi Fei was extremely decisive and made a decision in a flash. He had no intention of fighting Tai Han and Qing Chunzi. He wanted to leave this place right away and gather his fellow sect mates from the academy before making further plans. Otherwise, if disciples of the academy arrived one after another, they would not be able to defend against the many cultivators of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect. In such a short period of time, all of Yi Fei's countermeasures were already the best solution. However, Tai Han and Qing Chunzi were way too strong. Neither of them would let him leave so easily. Up. Tai Han channeled his essence spirit and hollered softly. A gigantic ice wall appeared out of thin air behind Yi Fei and blocked his path forward. He could not let any disciples of the academy off in case anything changed. Tai Han did not hold back either and released a greater divine power right away. Yi Fei condensed a sword with his fingers and channeled his essence spirit. With a soft shout, he stabbed towards the ice wall behind him. Boom! A resplendent sword beam burst forth from his finger sword, piercing a hole in the ice wall. However, with that slight delay, Qing Chunzi's attack had already descended. Yi Fei was helpless and could only defend once more. Qing Chunzi chuckled and did not fight Yi Fei head-on. He merely condensed his qi into threads with both hands and held the latter back. On the other side, Tai Han arrived and slashed down at Yi Fei's head with his palm like a saber. A chilling intent enveloped him and Yi Fei shuddered. His blood qi circulated slowly and was almost frozen into ice. It was so strong. Yi Fei was alarmed. He condensed his finger sword and stabbed in reverse, colliding with Tai Han's palm saber. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, a layer of frost covered Yi Fei's finger sword. Frost spread along his arm continuously. On the other side, The 10 thin black threads condensed by Qing Chunzi's fingers coiled around Yi Fei's body and bound his limbs. The combination of two top-tier experts forced Yi Fei into a corner in a few rounds. Chapter 2217, 2217 Tree. 2217 Tree. Screech. Yi Fei spat out a stream of white qi that pierced towards Qing Chunzi's face like a flying sword. It was sharp and was not inferior to divine weapons. Qing Chunzi did not dare to be careless and dodged hurriedly. At the same time, Yi Fei's blood qi surged and the sound of a tsunami echoed. The essence qi in his body spewed and released streams of sword qi that resembled dragons. They buzzed and circled around him with an extraordinary aura, bloodline phenomenon. Yi Fei knew that he was in a desperate situation and did not dare to hold back at all. Clang! Clang! The 10 essence qi threads released by Qing Chunzi were severed by the sword qi. The frost on Yi Fei's body shattered under the baptism of the sword qi as countless ice shards flew everywhere. Seal. Right then, an indifferent voice sounded beside him. A powerful rune descended and penetrated the bloodline phenomenon around Yi Fei, imprinting multiple sword qi on his chest. Immortal Tai Hua had attacked. The rune emitted a strange power that even Yi Fei's bloodline phenomenon could not defend against. Yi Fei grunted dully and his body shuddered. The bloodline sword qi surrounding him dissipated as well. He wanted to activate his essence spirit and release his essence spirit secret skill to attempt to gather essence qi. However, he realized that his essence spirit and essence qi were completely sealed by a powerful power. Is this the method of a reincarnated immortal? Yi Fei looked at Immortal Tai Hua, who was not far away, and sneered, bullying with numbers? How shameless. Immortal Tai Hua's expression darkened. Although he was an earth immortal, due to his status as a reincarnated immortal, he had always thought of himself as a perfected immortal. Yi Fei's rude words were equivalent to a mere earth immortal challenging a perfected immortal like him. Killing intent rose in his heart, but he suppressed it quickly. Initially, Immortal Tai Hua had no intention of attacking. However, when he saw that Tai Han and Qing Chunzi could not suppress Yi Fei after a few rounds, he was a little impatient. Worried that something might happen, he sealed Yi Fei. You had better watch out when you speak in front of me, lest trouble comes from your mouth. Immortal Tai Hua's tone was indifferent, but there was killing intent hidden within. I'll give Heaven and Earth Academy some face this time round and not stoop to your level. Thereafter, Immortal Tai Hua's spirit consciousness moved and released another rune, sealing Yi Fei's mouth. Yu Feng, Yun Lei, and Xie Yun shook their heads. The combat strength of Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and Qing Chunzi could almost be ranked top 5 on the Earth ranking. If the three of them joined forces, even Feng Yin might not be able to gain any advantage, let alone Yi Fei. Feng Yin had not opened his eyes the entire time and was indifferent towards this matter. He was still resting with his eyes closed. Tai Han brought Yi Fei, who could not speak either, to the side of the stele. He moved the latter beside Princess Scarlet Rainbow and assumed the same posture of recuperating. Oh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow looked at Yi Fei as though she wanted to say something. Yi Fei had a cold expression and did not say anything the entire time. As the number 1 of the outer sect of the Academy, he represented not only himself, but also Heaven and Earth Academy. Heaven and Earth Academy would definitely not wait for death. He would definitely not allow the scheme of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect to succeed. He remained silent and waited in silence. In the square, the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy had extremely terrible expressions. Good. Elder Zhong grit his teeth and suppressed the rage in his heart. The Great Jin Immortal Sect and Flying Immortal Sect are indeed capable. Heaven and Earth Academy will remember today's humiliation and definitely return it in the future. The actions of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were not only targeted at Suzimo. In the face of many sects, factions, and countless cultivators at the 10,000-year meet, this was also a heavy slap for Heaven and Earth Academy. Even Yi Fei could not last more than a few breaths, let alone the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. As time passed by, more and more cultivators arrived at the Earth ranking stele. Including Tai Han, There were already 6 people on the side of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Including Immortal Tai Hua, there were already 7 people from Flying Immortal Sec. Later on, even without Immortal Tai Hua making a move, the other cultivators of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect could suppress and seal the disciples of the Academy in less than a breath. At that moment, there were already 10 Heaven and Earth Academy disciples sealed in front of the Earth ranking stele. There were already 48 names on the Earth ranking stele. Level 4. Suzumo's journey was smooth and he arrived at the teleportation formation in the center without any obstacles. First, he lowered his head to check the ranking on the badge. There was enough time. He surveyed his surroundings and locked his gaze on a willow tree not far away. The willow tree had existed for a long time and its trunk was upright with rough bark. Its branches were smooth and emerald green as they hung in midair, swaying gently with the breeze. Although the willow tree was ancient, it emitted an extremely exuberant life force. However, compared to the lush greenery around him, the willow tree before him was a little strange and terrifying. That was because dried human skins were hung on the inverted tender willow branches. Because they had no flesh or bones, the shriveled human skins looked extremely menacing. Even in death, there was an inexplicable fear on their faces. Some of the willow branches even had cultivators hanging on them. They were the Earth Immortals who were taking part in the elimination round of the Earth ranking this time round and had clearly died not long ago. The seemingly weak willow branches coiled around the necks of the cultivators. If one focused their attention, they would be able to notice that there were even tiny spikes on the willow branches that pierced the blood vessels on the necks of the cultivators, slowly absorbing their life force. Before long, the Earth Immortals would end up as dried human skin as well. Even for Suzumo, who was used to killing and bloodshed, he felt a hint of disgust as well. He walked towards the willow tree. If he was not wrong, the treasure in this space should be on the willow tree. Before long, Suzumo arrived within the range of the willow tree. The willow branches with fresh corpses did not avoid him. Instead, they swayed gently with the wind and swayed the corpses with widened eyes in front of Suzumo. Although it seemed unintentional, it was more like a warning. Foo-foo. Suzumo smiled. You think you have what it takes to fight me just because you obtained the treasure? Suzumo stared at the willow tree not far away and murmured. In this space, when the other flora sensed his aura, they chose to submit and retreat, opening up a path, no flora living being dared to fight him at all. However, the willow tree before him had lived for too long and occupied a treasure. Not only did it not give way, it even wanted to scare Suzumo off. Junior brother Su, what are you doing here? Right then, Liu Ping finally caught up and panted. I finally understand something. This. Before Liu Ping could finish his sentence, a change happened. Swoosh. The moment Liu Ping entered, the gentle willow branches that swayed earlier on suddenly turned incomparably excited as though they had sensed prey and tore through the air. Dozens of willow branches shone with a faint blood glint like bloodthirsty pythons. Barbs grew from their bodies and coiled towards Liu Ping. Chapter 2218 Sacrifice. 2218 Sacrifice. Liu Ping was shocked and released a divine power hurriedly to defend. However, that greater divine power could not withstand a single blow from the shifting willow branches and was shattered with ease. Suddenly, Liu Ping's vision blurred and a figure entered his line of sight. Before he could see who it was, he felt a tremendous force send him flying and he fell to the ground not far away. Liu Ping stood up quickly and looked over instinctively when he realized that his body was fine. Suzumo stood where he was initially and was already entangled by the dozens of spiked and blood-colored willow branches. Earlier on, Suzumo was the one who attacked in time and pushed Liu Ping back, saving his life. Junior brother Su, Liu Ping exclaimed and was about to step forward, prepared to attack. Pang! 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 Suzumo shuddered and the dozens of willow branches on his body broke, letting out the sound of a bowstring snapping. Don't come over, Suzumo hollered without turning back. This willow tree was unlike other plants. It even dared to attack him, let alone Liu Ping who was behind him. Liu Ping stopped in his tracks hurriedly. When he chased after Suzumo earlier on, He gradually guessed that the reason why the plants in this space suddenly became non-offensive might be because of Su Zimo. Now that he saw that, he no longer had any doubts. Junior brother Su, be careful. I'll wait for you at the teleportation formation. Liu Ping knew that he would not be of much help even if he went forward. Instead, he would distract Su Zimo. There's no need. Leave your name on the Earth ranking steely first. I'll rush over in a while. Su Zimo replied casually without turning back. Right now, he had yet to see the cultivators of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect join forces. If he was not wrong, those two factions were most likely at level 5. If they saw Liu Ping traveling with him, Liu Ping might be implicated instead. Liu Ping pondered for a moment and said, "That's good too. Thank you, junior brother Su. If I hadn't met you, I would have died in level 4. See you at the ranking battle." He bowed to Su Zimo before turning to leave. After arriving at the teleportation formation, he ascended. After arriving on level 5, Liu Ping felt his body sink, as though he had gained countless pounds. His every move became much slower and more difficult. Is this level 5? Liu Ping murmured softly and looked at the howling sand in the surroundings. Invigorated, he headed forward. After a long time, Liu Ping finally caught sight of a tall steely on the horizon ahead. It was the legendary Earth ranking steely. Liu Ping took out his badge and looked at the ranking, 58th. Haha. He was delighted. To think that not only would he be able to leave his name on the Earth ranking steely in this elimination round, his ranking would not be too low either. I wonder who else from the academy is here. Liu Ping pondered as he strode forward quickly. If I'm not wrong, senior brother Yi and junior sister Scarlet Rainbow will definitely be ahead of me. Senior brother Liu and senior brother Wang should be around the same as me. He was getting closer and closer to the Earth ranking steely. Before long, Liu Ping could already see dozens of cultivators scattered beneath the Earth ranking steely. Among them were fellow sect mates of Heaven and Earth Academy. Yi Fei and Princess Scarlet Rainbow were among them. Senior brother Yi, you guys are so fast. Liu Ping waved his arm and greeted from afar. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was still in a lotus position. They did not get up and merely widened their eyes without replying. Although Liu Ping was puzzled, he did not think too much about it. He was about to carve his name on the Earth ranking steely and was a little emotional as he smiled. Senior brother Yi, you guys didn't expect me to arrive here so quickly, right? Actually, I nearly died in level 4. Thankfully, I met junior brother Su and he brought me all the way here. That was how I surpassed everyone and arrived here. Junior brother Su is still at level 4. He's about to arrive. When he heard that, Yi Fei's expression changed and a resolute look flashed through his eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Fei stood up and let out a long roar, as though countless shackles had broken. His black hair turned grayish-white rapidly and danced as his face aged rapidly. However, his eyes shone with a resolute gaze. In the square, the crowd was astonished. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Yi Fei could break free from Immortal Taihua's power. At that moment, Yi Fei's condition was truly terrifying. Lifespan sacrifice art. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy exclaimed in shock. Many cultivators present were astounded when they heard that. This secret skill came from Heaven and Earth Academy and was extremely famous in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and even the entire heavenly world. There were only 3 levels to the secret skill. At level 1, once released, one would lose 100,000 years of lifespan instantly. However, they would obtain an immense burst of power within a short period of time. Yi Fei was not old and was around 40,000 years old. However, the lifespan of an Earth Immortal was only 200,000 years. After releasing that secret skill, it meant that Yi Fei had instantly turned from his peak age into his twilight years. This would have a huge impact on his future. Once one entered their twilight years, their blood chi and mental state would deteriorate and there would be many dangers if they wanted to break through a major cultivation realm. What Yi Fei did was equivalent to abandoning his future in order to break free from the seal left behind by Immortal Taihua. It was not only in the square. Everyone in front of the earth ranking Steely was stunned for a moment and could not react. Nobody expected Yi Fei, who was initially sealed, to suddenly break free. Junior brother Liu, hurry and retreat. Yi Fei's eyes widened in anger as he hollered, Tai Hua and the others set up a trap here. Tell junior brother Su not to ascend. Because Liu Ping was traveling with Su Zimo, he was the only one who could help Su Zimo avoid this calamity. In Yi Fei's heart, he was the number one of the outer sect and the senior brother of Su Zimo and the others. He should do his best to protect his fellow sect mates in the academy. He should give up everything to protect the dignity of the academy. The Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect tried their best to join forces to kill junior brother Su. He could not stop them with his strength alone. All he could do was remind Su Zimo to let the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect's plan go to waste. You have a death wish. Immortal Tai Hua's expression darkened as he suddenly bounced up from the ground. Instantly, he arrived before Yi Fei and extended his palm. A gigantic rune condensed and enveloped down once more. The power that Yi Fei exchanged for releasing the lifespan sacrifice art was already used to break free from the seal on his body. Right now, he could not defend against Immortal Tai Hua at all. Grabbing Yi Fei by the throat, Immortal Tai Hua asked coldly with a murderous expression, "Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" Yi Fei's gaze was ferocious, but he could not channel his essence spirit and blood chi. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood towards Immortal Tai Hua's face. Caught off guard, Immortal Tai Hua turned his head hurriedly but could not dodge all of them as blood splattered on his face. Immortal Tai Hua was expressionless as blood flowed down his face slowly, making his face look extremely terrifying. You call yourself an immortal? You shameless piece of bullshit. Yi Fei's face turned purple as he cursed with difficulty. Immortal Tai Hua exerted strength in his palm and crushed Yi Fei's throat. A tremendous power surged into his consciousness and shattered his essence spirit. Yi Fei's head was torn apart, revealing a shocking hole of blood. Chapter 2219, 2219 Chase. 2219 Chase. The square was silent. At the very least, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect knew their limits when they joined forces to deal with Heaven and Earth Academy. They merely restrained disciples of the Academy so that they could not interfere or help Su Zimo. Although the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were indignant, they could still endure it. But now, the number one of Heaven and Earth Academy's outer sect, Yi Fei, was killed by Immortal Tai Hua. The situation had escalated and was even out of control. Even Heaven Immortal White Sea's eyelids twitched a few times in shock. In order to not fall out too badly with Heaven and Earth Academy when the two factions joined forces to kill Su Zimo, he and Prince Yuan Zhuo had instructed them not to harm the lives of anyone else from Heaven and Earth Academy. However, he had not expected Yi Fei to be so resolute and would rather release the lifespan sacrifice art than be controlled by others. Furthermore, Yi Fei even spoke rudely to Immortal Tai Hua time and again. Immortal Tai Hua was the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. Although he was at the Earth Immortal realm, he possessed the pride and dignity of a perfected immortal. He could not accept being cursed and spat blood at by Yi Fei in front of everyone. Unable to contain his killing intent any longer, he killed Yi Fei on the spot. Bang! The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy slammed the table and stood up with enraged expressions. White Sea, what's the meaning of this? Elder Zhong was enraged and kicked away the table in front of him, sending it flying towards Flying Immortal Sect. In the direction of Flying Immortal Sect, the cultivators led by Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others stood up one after another and placed their palms on their storage bags. The situation between both parties was tense and a huge battle could break out at any moment. Everyone, calm down. Perfected Immortal Xieling released a thick perfected immortal pressure that enveloped the hall. Under such a vast and majestic pressure, neither party could attack. He was hosting the 10,000-year meet this time round and naturally could not let the conflict between the two parties escalate into another fight between the Heaven Immortals. Heaven Immortal White Sea gradually regained his composure and spread his folding fan, sneering coldly, Elder Zhong, Your academy disciple was the one who sent provocations repeatedly, resulting in his death. Immortal Tai Hua can't be blamed for this. Immortal Tai Hua is the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. Even I have to be respectful when I see him. How can he be insulted by an earth immortal? Elder, his gaze was filled with hatred as he said coldly, "You mean to say that my academy disciple deserved to be killed?" "I didn't say that." Heaven Immortal White Sea shrugged his shoulders slightly and said, "However, the rules of the 9 heavens are that life and death battles are allowed." Flying Immortal Sect did not break the rules either. Although everything that the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect had done up till now was shameless, it was indeed within the rules. Prince Yuan's were raised his brow slightly as well and chimed in, "Why? Cultivators of other sects are allowed to die but not disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy." Heaven Immortal Green Peak coughed gently and said, "Up till this point of the elimination round, many disciples of sects and factions have died. I've never seen their seniors so agitated. Isn't the reaction of these few elders a little too exaggerated? It's not that disciples of the academy can't die. It's that they can't die in such an unjust manner." Elder Zhong shouted, "If Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect had fought fairly with Yi Fei, I would have no objections even if Yi Fei died. However, Tai Hua and the other 2 surrounded Yi Fei and sealed him first. Now that they killed him, so what if I had a huge reaction? Am I not allowed to speak up?" Heaven Immortal White Sea chuckled and said, "Elders, if cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect or the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom are killed, we won't say anything no matter what methods were used. No one can be blamed for their lack of competence." "That's right." Prince Yuan's were smiled and nodded as well, adding, "You guys." Elder Zhong was filled with rage but he had nowhere to vent it. "Good man." At the side, Yun Ting suddenly raised his wine bowl and gestured in the direction of the 9 heavens before spilling the wine on the ground. "Elders, let's sit down and wait for the elimination round to end." Perfected Immortal Xieling said in a deep voice, "I believe that Immortal Tai Hua killed Yi Fei by accident in a moment of impulse. At the very least, up till now, the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy have not been injured." The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy had ashen expressions and refused to sit back. They stood on the spot and continued looking at the 9 heavens. In front of the earth ranking steely. When Immortal Tai Hua killed Yi Fei, everything happened so suddenly that the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Even the cultivators of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were stunned for a moment and could not react. "Oh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes were bloodshot and she had a pained expression as she cried continuously. The other disciples of the academy that were restrained had sorrowful expressions as well. Far away, Liu Ping was shocked when he saw that. This scene had a huge impact on him. Initially, he came here with joy and excitement, prepared to carve his name on the earth ranking steely, only to witness this scene. He was completely unprepared. Thereafter, Liu Ping finally realized what happened. Senior brother Yi is dead. Immortal Tai Hua and the others are going to attack junior brother Su here. I have to inform junior brother Su and not let him ascend. Those thoughts flashed through Liu Ping's mind. Right on the heels of that, Liu Ping grit his teeth and spun around, sprinting back the way he came. His blood chi surged and he released all his divine powers and secret skills, channeling his speed to its limit. Tai Han's expression changed and he realized right away that there was a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy not restrained by them. Tai Han sped towards Liu Ping. Although he had wasted some time at level 2, he was still able to catch up and be ranked 4th on the Earth ranking steely. One could imagine the speed of his movement techniques. Although Liu Ping left first, Tai Han caught up to him not long after. A chilling intent came from behind. Without turning back, Liu Ping could sense that Tai Han was getting closer and closer. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tai Han waved his hand and gathered his essence chi, releasing a few ice blades that were as thin as cicada wings. Instantly, they tore through the air and slashed towards Liu Ping's back. Liu Ping conjured divine powers and dharmic arts as he sprinted. Bang, bang. The two of them clashed and the ice blades were extremely sharp, slicing Liu Ping's divine powers into pieces. Poof, poof, poof. Although the few ice blades did not hit Liu Ping's vitals, they caused his body to tremble slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The mouthful of blood was filled with ice shards and his nose and mouth were filled with cold air. The difference between them was too great. Liu Ping widened his eyes and forced himself to focus. Ignoring his injuries, he continued sprinting forward. Although the power of the ice blades weakened, they still had a huge impact on his body. As time passed by, Liu Ping felt his limbs turn colder as he shivered continuously. Even his hair and brows were covered by a layer of frost. The blood qi in his body circulated slower and even showed signs of freezing. "I don't want to kill you, but you had better stop in your tracks lest the coldness infiltrates your organs and bones and damages your foundation." Tai Han's emotionless voice sounded beside Liu Ping. "If my ice blades invade your consciousness, even perfected immortals won't be able to save you." Chapter 2220, 2220A Better Body. 2220A Better Body. "Whether I live or die is none of your business." Liu Ping hollered and suddenly channeled his essence spirit, releasing a secret skill. The temperature of his bloodline that was initially about to freeze rose rapidly and in the blink of an eye, it boiled with scarlet flames. Liu Ping's figure turned into a streak of flames and his speed increased exponentially, almost flying through the air. He sprinted into the distance and distanced himself from Tai Han rapidly. Frowning, Tai Han hastened to catch up as well. However, even if his movement technique was at its limits, he would only be able to match Liu Ping at most and would not be able to close in. "How long can you last by burning your essence blood to release your escape technique?" Tai Han said coldly. "When you can't hold on any longer, the attacks of the ice blades in your body will become even more ferocious and you'll definitely die." Essence blood was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivator's blood qi. This escape technique was rare to begin with and its effect was extremely shocking the moment it was released. This blood ignition escape technique was similar to dharmic blood escape but different. The dharmic blood escape technique expended a portion of the cultivator's blood qi in exchange for a momentary increase in speed without damaging his foundation and body. However, the blood ignition escape technique required one to burn his essence blood continuously. If he could not stop it and his essence blood burned continuously, it would eventually cause irreparable damage to the cultivator and touch their foundation, they might even die. The reason why Liu Ping could defend against the invasion of the frost qi and ice blades for the time being was because of the immense power released by burning his essence blood. On the one hand, that power was used to increase his speed. On the other hand, it was used to defend against the frost qi and ice blades in his body. Once his essence blood was depleted and the cold qi invaded, he would definitely die as Tai Han had said. Liu Ping knew it as well but he did not stop in his tracks. "If not for junior brother Su, I would have died in level 4. My life was saved by junior brother Su. I can't let him ascend. Senior brother Yi sacrificed himself and died. I must not let him down. Not only do I have to remind junior brother Su, I have to remind my fellow sect mates from the academy. I have to hold on." Liu Ping recalled those thoughts repeatedly. His essence blood burned faster and faster and his body became weaker as the journey grew longer. However, his gaze became firmer. "I must meet junior brother Su alive. I want to tell him everything so that he can prevent our other fellow disciples." With that obsession, Liu Ping actually burst forth with a shocking will to survive against Tai Han's pursuit. Like Yi Fei, he refused to submit. In the square, everyone was moved when they saw the academy cultivator who was burning with flames but had a cold aura above his head. Although he had a pale expression, his gaze was resolute. At that moment, many cultivators finally understood why Heaven and Earth Academy was one of the 4 immortal sects. Everyone gradually understood what Yi Fei wanted to protect even at the cost of his life. It was the dignity of Heaven and Earth Academy. Disciples of the academy would definitely not bow down. If this continues, that academy disciple won't be able to survive. Sigh, I didn't expect this outcome. Heaven and Earth Academy lost 2 people in succession and Princess Scarlet Rainbow is the only one on the Earth ranking this time round. However, they won the respect of many people. Liu Ping, an Earth immortal whose combat strength could not even pass level 4, was worlds apart from Tai Han. However, under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators, Liu Ping managed to escape from Tai Han's pursuit and finally caught sight of the teleportation formation to level 4. The elders of the academy watched everything with reddened eyes. When Liu Ping arrived at the teleportation formation, he turned back and grinned at Tai Han, who was charging over. He left level 5 and disappeared. Standing there, Tai Han hesitated for a moment but did not chase after Liu Ping. Even if he stopped chasing, Liu Ping would be a dead man. Furthermore, the terrain of level 4 was complicated and the vegetation was lush. If he encountered Su Zimo inside, the outcome would be unpredictable and there was no need for him to take the risk. At that thought, Tai Han turned around and walked towards the earth-ranking Steely. Level 4. In front of the gigantic willow tree, Su Zimo held a small jade green branch in his hands. That tree branch was the treasure of level 4. The treasure was called the Jupiter wood, but it was actually a stone that fell off Jupiter wood. However, it looked like a tree branch and was filled with life. Su Zimo held the Jupiter wood. The green lotus true body had a strong desire to devour and take the power of the Jupiter wood for itself. He hesitated for a moment and did not throw the Jupiter wood into the hell suppression tripod. Instead, he put it away in his storage bag first. The hell suppression tripod had a chance of repairing the 4th tripod wall after devouring the Venus stone. Although the Azure Dragon's sacred soul showed no signs of awakening, if he obtained other treasures later on, it would not be too late to give them to the hell suppression tripod. However, there were not many treasures suitable for the green lotus true body to absorb. One after another, the willow branches danced around Su Zimo and brushed his shoulders gently. They looked extremely docile and no longer had the aggression from earlier on. The middle of the willow tree was split apart forcefully by Su Zimo as he snatched the Jupiter wood away. Even with the help of the Jupiter wood, its strength could not fight against the creation green lotus. At that moment, it knew that its life and death depended on a single thought of Su Zimo and began to plead for mercy. Su Zimo had a mocking expression as he looked at the willow tree before him and sneered, "You're only thinking of begging for mercy now?" Suddenly, Su Zimo sensed something and glanced sideways at the teleportation formation not far away. A figure staggered over with a pale face and purplish lips. It was Liu Ping, who had ascended not long ago. What happened? Su Zimo hurried forward and hollered, "Junior brother Su, I'm not going to make it. Please don't ascend." When Liu Ping saw Su Zimo, he felt relieved and panted. Tai Hua and the others are guarding the Steely of the Earth ranking, prepared to join forces to deal with you. Everyone else in the academy has been sealed by them. Let's talk about it later. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and scanned Liu Ping, frowning. Liu Ping's essence blood was completely burned. At that moment, Tai Han's frost chi ice blades that entered his body released a terrifying might. His flesh, bones, and organs had already frozen into ice. Su Zimo went forward to support Liu Ping. The moment his palm made contact with Liu Ping's arm, it shattered into countless ice shards. Liu Ping's body was completely crippled with no life left. The cold chi surged into Liu Ping's consciousness, wanting to freeze his essence spirit. Sensing this, Su Zimo attacked decisively and released a rich and pure essence chi that surged into Liu Ping's body, shattering the frost chi ice blade. Liu Ping's essence spirit survived. However, his body was also shattered by this clash, turning into ice shards that scattered beneath Su Zimo's feet. It's nothing much to lose this body. At the very least, I managed to survive. Liu Ping's essence spirit laughed bitterly. A thought jolted through Su Zimo's mind as he suddenly said, "That body of yours is nothing much as well. I'll give you a better body." Chapter 2221 Assimilation. 2221 Assimilation. A better body? Liu Ping smiled bitterly, thinking that Su Zimo was comforting him. This is the 9 heavens. There's no physical body to replace mine. Su Zimo remained silent and escorted Liu Ping's essence spirit back to the willow tree. The willow tree seemed to have realized something as well and was a little afraid, causing its drooping branches to sway slightly. "I'll give you 2 choices now," Su Zimo said indifferently. "First, I'll kill your essence spirit. Your soul will disperse and all your memories will be erased. The creation green lotus was the only god among plants in the world. The plants in this space might not recognize the creation green lotus. However, when they sensed Suzumo's aura, they felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls and chose to submit. As for the willow tree, its greed caused it to want to make use of the Jupiter wood to devour Suzumo when it sensed the powerful life force emanating from here. Initially, Suzumo had no intention of letting it off. The willow tree trembled and its tender branches caressed Suzumo's clothes continuously, as though it was begging for mercy. Suzumo continued, "Second choice, don't resist and let my senior brother of the same sect assimilate you. Your essence spirits will fuse and he will inherit your memories as well. From a certain perspective, you will be reborn in another way. Furthermore, you will leave this place and see the wider world outside." Actually, it was not a problem for Suzumo to kill the willow tree essence spirit and let Liu Ping's essence spirit reside in the body of the willow tree. However, Liu Ping was a human while the willow tree belonged to the flora race. Even if Liu Ping could control the body of the willow tree, he would feel immense discomfort and rejection. He would not be able to unleash the full power of the body. The body of the willow tree had lived for a long time and devoured countless Earth immortals in level 4. Its life force was immense and unimaginable. Even heaven immortals of the human race could not compare to it. All these years, it had even taken over the Jupiter wood to cultivate. The power contained in this body was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it would not have dared to challenge Suzumo. The only way to unleash the full power of the willow tree body was if the willow tree essence spirit did not resist while Liu Ping assimilated it. Although the willow tree would die, Liu Ping could inherit its memories. It was equivalent to the fusion of two essence spirits. That way, this body would not reject Liu Ping's essence spirit. This was the best of both worlds for Liu Ping and the willow tree. After a moment of silence, the willow tree released a spirit consciousness and agreed to the decision. If it did not agree, it would be killed by Suzumo. It might as well be assimilated by Liu Ping and leave this world. Junior brother Su. Liu Ping listened at the side and gradually understood what Suzumo meant. You can inherit this body first. If you don't like it, you can replace it if you meet something better in the future. Suzumo said. All right. Liu Ping agreed excitedly. Without the protection of his body, his essence spirit could meet with danger at any moment. Furthermore, the body of the willow tree before him did not seem bad. At that moment, Liu Ping had yet to realize how terrifying and vast the power contained within the body of the willow tree was. This was the greatest opportunity for him up till this point of his cultivation. Suzumo sent Liu Ping's essence spirit into the willow tree's consciousness. Although time was tight, he was in no hurry to leave. He stood on the spot and guarded silently with a burning gaze. The willow tree was way too bold. It was not impossible for it to change its mind and devour Liu Ping's essence spirit after he left. Sensing Suzumo's gaze, the final ripple in the willow tree's heart calmed down as well. It gave up on resisting completely and allowed Liu Ping's essence spirit to assimilate it. The two essence spirits began to make contact and gradually fuse. The essence spirit of the willow tree was a gigantic green light. Although it was still an earth immortal, the power of its essence spirit released by the ball of light was much stronger than Liu Ping's essence spirit. In the face of that gigantic green light, Liu Ping's essence spirit was at most a fingernail-sized spot of light. If it had not given up on resisting completely, Liu Ping would not have been able to succeed in his assimilation. Under Suzumo's gaze, the light spot absorbed the energy of the green light bit by bit and grew stronger. Before long, the energy of Liu Ping's essence spirit finally surpassed the willow tree and his devouring speed increased significantly. After a while, there was only an essence spirit left in the consciousness. The assimilation was successful. Of course, the memories of the willow tree were complex and it would take Liu Ping some time to digest them completely. After the two essence spirits fused, they were not too stable and had to continue waiting. No matter what, Liu Ping's life was no longer in danger. Furthermore, after he controlled the body of the willow tree completely, there should be no one in level 4 who could threaten him. Suzumo turned around and walked towards the teleportation formation expressionlessly, prepared to ascend to level 5. Junior brother Su, don't go. Right then, Liu Ping's spirit consciousness sounded. His essence spirit was not stable yet and his spirit consciousness seemed ethereal. Tai Hua and the others sealed disciples of the academy. It was because senior brother Yi sacrificed his life to break free from the seal and warn me that I had a chance to escape. Sacrificed his life. Su Zimo paused in his tracks and frowned slightly. Senior brother Yi is dead. He released the lifespan sacrifice art and broke free from the seal on his body, reminding me to be careful and to have me stop you from ascending. Senior brother Yi Fei called Tai Hua shameless and spat out blood on his face before being killed by the latter. As Liu Ping sent the messages one after another with his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo's expression turned increasingly cold. Senior brother Yi Fei was dead. Although Su Zimo had joined Heaven and Earth Academy for 1,000 years, the two of them had only met for the first time at this 10,000-year meet. The two of them did not have much of a relationship. At most, they were sect mates. In fact, Su Zimo did not have a deep impression of senior brother Yi Fei. However, he had not expected Yi Fei to die tragically at level 5. He had once thought that as long as Heaven and Earth Academy did not interfere in his feud with the Great Jin Immortal sect and Flying Immortal sect, disciples of the Academy would be spared from the killing and fighting. However, he had not expected that the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect would not only want to kill him, but also teach Heaven and Earth Academy a lesson. Su Zimo's expression darkened and his killing intent surged as he walked towards the teleportation formation. Junior brother Su, why are you still heading over? Liu Ping watched as Su Zimo walked further and further away, feeling increasingly worried. However, his essence spirit had just been synthesized and was not stable enough. He could not control the body of the willow tree completely and could not take on human form. As such, he could not leave and could only worry. Nothing much. I'm just going to bring senior brother Yi's corpse back. Standing on the teleportation formation, Su Zimo paused for a moment with a cold glint in his eyes before saying slowly, additionally, some people will have to die with here. Chapter 2222 I'll start with you. 2222 I'll start with you. In the square. When they saw that, everyone who heard Su Zimo had different expressions. Some shook their heads and sighed, some looked disdainful and some looked worried. When Heaven Immortal White Sea saw Liu Ping escape and inform Su Zimo about this, he was still worried that Su Zimo would be afraid and not advance. He only heaved a sigh of relief and was relieved when he saw that Su Zimo had ascended to level 5. I know that lad too well. He won't back down. Prince Yuan Zhuo had a smile on his face, as though he had expected this. This lad is extremely audacious and does not have any reservations. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. It's good for young people to be sharp and hot-blooded. Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled. Unfortunately, he's going to die this time round. At that moment, there were already 8 Earth Immortals from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom who had arrived before the Earth-ranking Steely, including Tai Han. Including Immortal Tai Hua, there were 10 Earth Immortals from Flying Immortal Sec. A total of 22 people from those two factions had entered the 9 heavens. Right now, 18 people had already arrived and were waiting for Su Zimo to deliver himself. Among them were peak Earth Immortal experts like Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Chunzi and Tai Han. Given such a huge lineup, even a grade 1 or 2 Heaven Immortal would most likely die here. Your Highness, will Mr. Su be alright? Xu Xiaotian asked softly with a worried expression. Xie Qingcheng opened his mouth slightly, wanting to speak but stopped. In the end, he sighed gently without saying anything. If Su Zimo had not released so many trump cards in the previous level 4, he might have had a chance of survival. But now, he had expended a lot of energy to clear level 4. He had already released many trump cards in advance and could not release them again within a short period of time. On the other side, Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Chunzi, Tai Han and the other Earth Immortals had been waiting for a long time to conserve their energy. Notwithstanding the difference in strength between the two parties, there was a huge difference in terms of condition. How could this battle be fought? The elders of the academy stood on the spot with sorrowful expressions. They could not stop Suzimo from ascending and could only let the situation develop. Among everyone present, there might only be a single person who was the most relaxed and calm. Yun Ting looked at the figure in the 9 heavens and drank a bowl of strong wine, murmuring, "You won't disappoint me, right?" To be fair, even if he was in the same position, he could not guarantee that he would win this round. Ferocious winds howled and yellow sand billowed. In front of the earth ranking steely, a corpse laid there motionlessly with most of its body covered by the sandstorm. At the side, there were dozens of figures scattered around, either sitting or standing. Everyone had different expressions, but their eyes that opened occasionally revealed a hint of anticipation. Before long, a figure strode over from afar. It was Tai Han, who had chased after Liu Ping earlier on and had finally returned. "Where is he?" Qing Chunzi raised his brow and asked. "He escaped." Tai Han did not say much and replied coldly. "He escaped." Qing Chunzi frowned and questioned, "You're the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. How could you let a nobody like that escape?" He burned his essence blood to release his escape technique. "I can't catch up to him." Tai Han said, "However, he won't be able to survive after being struck by my ice blades." Immortal Tai Hua opened his eyes and sneered. He was a little angry as well as he grumbled, "However, if he tells Suzimo about this, our preparations might go to waste." "No." Tai Han's voice did not fluctuate either as he said, "Before this, I studied Suzimo. If he knew that a disciple of the academy died in our hands, he would definitely ascend." "Oh," Immortal Tai Hua asked, "He will come despite knowing that he will die. He's not afraid of death." Tai Han said coldly. Just as Immortal Tai Hua was about to speak, his expression changed. At the same time, all the cultivators before the earth ranking steely sensed something. Some people who were resting with their eyes closed opened them as well. Even Feng Yin's expression changed as he looked into the distance. In the endless yellow sand, a figure was walking over slowly. That person seemed to be extremely slow. However, every single step caused the ground beneath everyone's feet to tremble, as though a supreme ferocious beast was about to be born deep underground. An extremely terrifying killing intent filled the world that sent shivers down one's spine. He was here. Immortal Tai Hua and the other 17 top Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect stood up one after another. Their gazes intensified and powerful auras burst forth from their bodies, howling towards the figure like a tsunami. All the Earth Immortals who could reach this place and leave their names on the Earth ranking steely had been famous for many years. All of them were peerless paragons. Any one of the 18 people would not be afraid of Suzimo. Boom. 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 Suzimo's aura collided with the incoming aura, and it was as though a series of thunderclaps sounded in the firmaments, causing space to tremble. Suzimo did not retreat a single step and was still advancing. He actually dares to come? Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect frowned slightly. Perhaps he wants to perish together with these paragons of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Xie Yun sighed gently. Perish together? Yun Lei shook his head. With Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Chunzi and Tai Han, the 3 Earth Immortals, he won't even have the chance. What a strong killing intent. Far away, Feng Yin suddenly murmured. In a flash, Tai Hua and the others rushed forward and surrounded Suzimo in the blink of an eye. When Xie Yun saw that there was no one guarding Princess Scarlet Rainbow, he came to the side and circulated a dharmic art, wanting to remove the seal in her body. However, Immortal Tai Hua's seal was way too domineering. He released consecutive dharmic arts but could only dispel the seal on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's tongue. Most of the restrictions on her body could not be shaken. Junior brother Su. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had a pained expression. Just as she could speak, she roared, "Senior brother Yi was killed by Tai Hua. You have to take revenge for him and kill Tai Hua. Don't worry." Surveying his surroundings, Suzimo looked at Tai Hua and the others and said slowly, "All the Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect will have to die with Senior Brother Yi in the 9 heavens today." Fu. Qing Chunzi shook his head and chuckled with a mocking expression. "Suzimo, you might not have realized the situation you're in, right? Let me introduce myself. Qing Chunzi raised his head slightly and was interrupted by Su Zimo the moment he spoke. You don't have to introduce yourself. Su Zimo glared at Qing Chunzi, who was not far away, and said coldly, I'll start with you. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo stomped heavily on the ground. The entire ground shook violently. Crack. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, a gigantic and dark crack appeared on the ground of level 5. A buzzing sound of a sword echoed from within with a boiling, killing intent. Chapter 22-23, 2223 kill. 2223 kill. Nobody dared to believe that Su Zimo would dare to attack first against the encirclement of peak Earth immortals such as Tai Hua. A peerless, ferocious beast that was filled with killing intent and was formed from countless sword chi tore out from the ground and bit towards Qing Chunzi. Qing Chunzi had not expected that Su Zimo's attack would come from underground. The gravity of level 5 was far superior to the outside world, and the ground beneath everyone's feet was much sturdier than the ground outside. The scene of Su Zimo's stomp cracking the ground was way too shocking. Qing Chunzi was slightly stunned when a menacing, ferocious beast darted out from beneath him, charging towards him with a murderous aura. Go! At the end of the day, Qing Chunzi's combat strength was ranked top 10 on the Earth ranking. Although he lost the initiative against the sudden attack, his reaction was extremely fast. He channeled his blood chi and soared into the air, releasing a movement secret skill without hesitation. At the same time, Qing Chunzi's hands waved down continuously, condensing his essence chi into black threads that coiled around the ferocious beast to delay its speed. The Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and the other cultivators of Flying Immortal sect attacked one after another as well. Some of them charged towards Su Zimo while others released immortal arts and divine powers, attacking the ferocious beast that burst forth from the ground. Now that everyone had joined forces, there was naturally no way they would sit by idly and watch Su Zimo attack Qing Chunzi. Immortal Tai Hua extended his fingertip and drew a complicated rune in midair rapidly, emitting a bedazzling light as he prepared to strike Su Zimo. Suddenly, sensing something, Immortal Tai Hua spun around and hollered at Qing Chunzi, who was leaping into the air, "Watch out up there." When Qing Chunzi saw that he had escaped from the pursuit of the ferocious beast beneath him, he had just caught his breath and relaxed when he heard Immortal Tai Hua's warning. Right on the heels of that, a large shadow shrouded over his head. An even more terrifying killing intent enveloped him, and it was chilling to the bones, almost seeping into his organs. Qing Chunzi felt his scalp prickle and his limbs turn cold. At that moment, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had also experienced countless life and death dangers. However, there had never been a time when he felt so close to death. A blood mist spewed out. Qing Chunzi's body was devoured by a gigantic mouth and was crushed into a blood mist instantly. His essence spirit did not even have the chance to escape and was destroyed on the spot. Even till his death, Qing Chunzi did not know what had killed him. As for the cultivators watching from the sidelines, they saw everything clearly. Just as the ground split open and the ferocious beast with wings charged out, countless sword chi condensed into a divine dragon in the firmaments and swooped down. The combined attack of the dragon snake had a torrential killing intent, and Qing Chunzi died on the spot. Pest! Gasps could be heard from the square. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw what happened in the 9 heavens. Against the encirclement of Tai Hua and 17 other peak Earth immortals, the moment the battle broke out, Su Zimo was the one who killed Qing Chunzi of Flying Immortal sect with thunderous method. What was that dragon snake earlier on? What a terrifying attack! I can even sense that killing intent through the firmament ancient mirror. I wonder if that's a divine power or secret skill. I've never heard of it before. This should be Su Zimo's strongest trump card. A commotion broke out in the crowd. When the Earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. If I'm not wrong, that attack earlier on should be the legendary Earth-slaying sword art. Perfected Immortal Xieling said slowly. Earth-slaying sword art? Su Zimo of the Academy actually possesses 2 of the 3 great sword arts, human and earth-slaying? That explains why Yun Ting challenged him openly. If that's the case, it's no surprise why Qing Chunzi died to the earth-slaying sword art. The moment he said that, an even louder commotion broke out. Most cultivators did not recognize that attack at all. Yun Ting was the only one who had a calm expression and a faint smile on his face. He was not surprised. Back in the Emperor's tomb, when the two of them fought, Yun Ting had already seen Su Zimo's two-sword arts. However, even the two-sword arts could not defeat his human-slaying sword. 9 heavens! Qing Chunzi's death did not stop the battle. Instead, it intensified the attacks of the other cultivators. Nobody looked down on Su Zimo anymore. A portion of the cultivators attacked and destroyed the soaring serpent and divine dragon conjured by the earth-slaying sword art, while the other portion charged towards Su Zimo. Tai Han's physique was strong and his blood qi was strong. With a cold expression, he arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye and was prepared to fight him in melee combat. From the Earth ranking prediction, he knew that Su Zimo was very strong in melee combat. Back in the depths of Level 2's ocean trench, the two of them fought once as well. However, the current situation was completely different from before. Even with Qing Chunzi's death, there were more than 10 cultivators holding back Su Zimo, including Immortal Taihua, who had the most terrifying attack. As long as Su Zimo was slightly distracted, he would definitely be severely injured in melee combat. Roar! Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth with a dignified expression and let out a deafening roar like the enraged diamond gaze of a Vajra. It sounded like a dragon roar, a phoenix cry, and the cries of all beast. With Su Zimo as the center, the terrifying sound domain power almost materialized and spread like air current. Many cultivators shuddered. When a few cultivators saw Su Zimo speak, they realized that something was amiss and released their sound domain secret skills hurriedly. However, their sound domain secret skills could not withstand a single blow from Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill and were destroyed with ease. The attacks of those cultivators dissipated instantly. Even the rune that Immortal Taihua had just conjured was showing signs of dispersing. Tai Han was the first to be struck. Ah! Tai Han's eyes widened as he growled and circulated a dharmic art. A layer of ice rapidly formed on his ears as he felt the impact of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Crack! Crack! The layer of ice shattered instantly, but it blocked the greatest damage of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Given Tai Han's physique and blood qi, he could withstand the remaining power. Although the attacks of the other cultivators dissipated, their foundations were not injured. Some cultivators' blood qi rumbled and tsunamis surged as they defended against the impact of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Some cultivators had slightly weaker physiques, but they could release sound domain secret skills and negate most of the damage. Blood seeped out of their ears, but they circulated their blood qi and their injuries healed completely. Of the remaining 17 Earth Immortals, only one had a stiff expression and a dull gaze. He stood on the spot motionlessly with blood oozing from all orifices and fell to the ground, dead. The cultivator was from Flying Immortal sect. His physique and blood qi were weak, and that was his greatest weakness. However, in terms of immortal arts and divine powers, he was second only to Immortal Taihua. To think that he would be killed on the spot by Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill before he even had the chance to attack. The cultivator laid limply on the ground like a pile of mud. His bones were already shattered by the Dragon Roar secret skill. In the blink of an eye, 2 people from Flying Immortal sect died in succession. Chapter 2224, 2224 Initiative. 2224 Initiative. Qing Chunzi. In the square, Heaven Immortal White Sea's expression turned cold when he saw Qing Chunzi die. He closed his folding fan and murmured softly with a look of pity. However, before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo released his Dragon Roar secret skill. Right on the heels of that, Flying Immortal sect lost another person. Yu. Heaven Immortal White Sea could not contain his shock and stood up with a furious expression. After the battle broke out, Su Zimo was not injured at all. However, Flying Immortal sect had already lost 2 people in succession. How could he calm down? How tragic. That Earth Immortal of Flying Immortal sect was killed by a roar. For Su Zimo, even if he dies now, it's already a gain. Hearing the discussions around him and sensing the gazes of many cultivators, Heaven Immortal White Sea took a deep breath and gradually composed himself before returning to his seat. The cultivators that surrounded Suzimo were indeed peak Earth Immortals. At that distance, the lethality of the Dragon Roar secret skill was extremely terrifying. However, only one of the remaining Earth Immortals died. Immortal Tai Hua watched helplessly as his fellow sect mate died. Sound Domain secret skills were instantaneous. At most, they could only protect themselves and could not save others. Furthermore, after the Sound Domain secret skill, Immortal Tai Hua felt a strong killing intent and there was no time for him to think further. He was targeted by Suzimo. The burst of the Sound Domain secret skill merely dispersed the attacks of the other cultivators. Suzimo's true target was Immortal Tai Hua. In fact, he ignored Tai Han beside him and used the True Dragon 9 flashes to appear behind Immortal Tai Hua in a flash, extending his hand. The Great Chaos Essence palm burst forth and crushed down on Immortal Tai Hua's head. Yi Fei was killed by Immortal Tai Hua. The first person Suzimo wanted to kill was Tai Hua. The Dragon Roar secret skill, True Dragon 9 flashes and Great Chaos Essence palm were all released to kill Immortal Tai Hua. When Immortal Tai Hua saw Suzimo disappear, he channeled his spirit consciousness without hesitation and waved his hand, sending the rune he conjured over. Boom! The Great Chaos Essence palm collided with the rune with a loud bang. Suzimo did not take a single step back. However, Immortal Tai Hua's expression was unchanged as he tapped his feet on the ground and released his movement technique, seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Suzimo. Both parties were evenly matched this time round and neither of them had the upper hand. Swoosh! Suzimo's figure vanished once more. When he appeared, he reappeared beside Immortal Tai Hua and threw out a punch that was incomparably ferocious like a meteor. Immortal Tai Hua did not turn to look. As though he sensed something, he did not make any motions and suddenly shifted dozens of feet to the side, avoiding the strongest spot of Suzimo's punch. Right on the heels of that, essence chi spilled from Immortal Tai Hua's fingertips and he drew another rune swiftly, imprinting it on Suzimo's fist. Bang! The moment the rune exploded, Suzimo took a half-step back as well. This reincarnated immortal was indeed troublesome to deal with. If it was anyone else, they might not have been able to dodge the pursuit of the True Dragon 9 flashes. However, Immortal Tai Hua dodged twice in succession. Even before this, when Suzimo released the Dragon Roar secret skill and secret skills such as the Great Chaos Essence palm, he could not gain the upper hand. Suzimo could release the True Dragon 9 flashes 4 more times. However, he guessed that even if he continued his pursuit, it would be difficult for him to kill Immortal Tai Hua within a short period of time. As for the other Earth Immortal experts in the surroundings, he would definitely fall into a bitter battle if they attacked continuously. At that time, he might not even be able to afford to exhaust the Green Lotus true body. I have to get rid of the others first. Narrowing his gaze, Suzimo calmed down and made a judgment of the situation instantly. As long as Tai Hua was the only one left, even if he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, Suzimo was absolutely confident that he could bury him in the 9 heaven. On the other side, although Immortal Tai Hua merely looked surprised on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. His dodging earlier on looked casual and calm. However, a single mistake could result in death on the spot. This Grade 8 Earth Immortal indeed had the power to kill him and could not be underestimated. Suzimo's figure vanished once more and Immortal Tai Hua released his massive spirit consciousness with a grim expression. His senses were raised to their limits and he was on guard. He had yet to realize that Suzimo had unknowingly taken the initiative in the encirclement of the 18 peak stage cultivators. When Suzimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes, he did not appear beside Immortal Tai Hua. Suddenly, an Earth Execution guard sensed something. Die. The person's scalp prickled and his hairs stood on end. With a deep growl, he turned around without even looking and slashed with his palm like a saber. Indeed. Suzimo was right behind him, expressionless and with a cold gaze. The person's palm seemed to have transformed into a saber that slashed down. Suddenly, Suzimo attacked. His entire arm looked extremely soft as it rested on the palm of the Earth Execution guard. Suzimo's palm coiled and trembled. Crack. Poof. The sound of bones cracking could be heard and a blood mist spread. Right in front of everyone, the Earth Execution Guard's entire arm was contorted at a terrifying angle. His bones were snapped and his flesh exploded. Ah! The Earth Execution Guard cried out in pain but stopped abruptly. Suzimo seized the opportunity to advance and attacked once more, slapping the Execution Guard on the cheek. Crack! 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 The Execution Guard's head spun a few times on his neck and he fell to the ground with a dull gaze. His essence spirit was destroyed and he was already dead. Bang! Bang! A few immortal arts and secret skills descended and Suzimo's figure vanished on the spot. Swoosh! An Earth Immortal of Flying Immortal sect had just released an immortal art and divine power. He was relatively weak when Suzimo appeared beside him. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought in melee combat and after a few exchanges, the person's head was shattered by Suzimo's palm and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Although the 18 Earth Immortals were strong and stood at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm, few of them could defend against Suzimo's massacre in melee combat. Immortal Tai Hua conjured 2 runes with both hands that emitted a terrifying aura, but he did not attack the entire time. It was not that he did not want to save anyone, but each time Suzimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes, no one knew whose side Suzimo would appear next. Immortal Tai Hua had to be on guard the entire time against Suzimo's sudden appearances and attacks. Let's see how much longer you can use that movement technique. Immortal Tai Hua sneered. With that, Suzimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes 4 times in succession and 4 Earth Immortals died on the spot. No one could stop him. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces and the battle broke out. Up till now, it had only been a dozen breaths and Suzimo was completely unharmed. However, 6 people from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect had already died. In the square, many cultivators were dumbfounded. This scene had completely exceeded everyone's initial expectations. Chapter 2225, 2225 White Rainbow Sword. 2225 White Rainbow Sword. Alright. Good kills. When the elders of the Academy saw the Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect die one after another, they could not help but shout emotionally. Prior to this, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect targeted Heaven and Earth Academy and their actions became increasingly overboard. In fact, the elders were helpless when they saw Yi Fei die. They had nowhere to vent the anger in their hearts. When they saw that, the elders felt their blood boil. The other cultivators in the square were shocked and speechless as well. Suzimo was way too ruthless. Although Suzimo's methods were amazing when he cleared the levels previously, he could not give everyone such a huge impact. But now, 6 peak Earth Immortals died in Suzimo's hand. This bloody and tragic scene was far more shocking than him clearing levels. The cultivators of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect had ugly expressions. Heaven Immortal White Sea stood up as well. His gaze was dark and he was enraged. He looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy repeatedly, wanting to say something but did not in the end. Heaven and Earth Academy merely lost Yi Fei while Flying Immortal sect lost 5 people just like that. However, he could not blame Heaven and Earth Academy. That was because not long ago, he had just said that if a disciple of Flying Immortal sect was killed in the 9 heavens, it would be because they were not competent enough and he would definitely not stand up for them. If he stood out to accuse Heaven and Earth Academy in front of everyone, it would be a slap to his own face. Isn't it too early to cheer now? When Prince Yuanzhou saw the emotional expressions of the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy, he sneered, once Suzimo is unable to use that strange movement technique, he will inevitably have to fight Tai Hua and Tai Han head-on. Let's see how much longer he can last. 9 heavens. Suzimo attacked consecutively and killed 6 people in succession with his Sound Domain secret skill, Earth-slaying sword art, True Dragon 9 flashes and other secret skills. Those were his strongest trump cards. However, at that moment, he released them without holding back. With 6 dead, not only did the remaining 12 peak Earth Immortals not retreat, even their formation did not dissipate and they continued to surround Suzimo. Those Earth Immortals were all experts of the Earth ranking. The deaths of others could not scare them off at all. Furthermore, these Earth Immortals were extremely sharp. The moment Suzimo's figure reappeared, the 12 Earth Immortals judged at almost the same time that Suzimo could no longer use the true Dragon 9 flashes. "Let's see what else you have next." Taihan looked at Suzimo and said coldly. Earlier on, Suzimo flashed consecutively and he did not have the chance to fight Suzimo in melee combat or hold the latter back so that Taihua and the others could attack with all their might. "Execution guards, listen to my orders." Suddenly, Taihan shouted, "Attack with all your might and kill him in melee combat." Understood. The remaining 7 Earth Execution Guards replied at the same time and channeled their blood chi, lunging towards Suzimo. Splash! The sound of a tsunami surged from the 7 Execution Guards. Kill! Immediately after, phenomenons appeared behind the 7 Execution Guards one after another with a terrifying might and a steely killing intent. Although there were only 7 of them, when they moved at the same time, it was as though a massive army was charging over with a frightening aura, seemingly able to crush everything. 7 Earth Execution Guards and 7 Bloodline Phenomenons. The cultivators outside the 9 heavens were shocked. A bloodline phenomenon was almost the limit of a body-tempered cultivator's blood chi and was extremely difficult to cultivate. But this time round, in order to kill Suzimo, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom sent out 7 Earth Immortal experts with bloodline phenomenons. Even a single bloodline phenomenon was difficult to defend against, let alone 7. How can he fight this? Yun Lei said with a wary expression, "There's no need for Taihua and the others to attack." The bloodline phenomenons of the 7 Earth Execution Guards alone are enough to drown Suzimo. They were in the 9 heavens and were not too far away from the battlefield, so they could sense the power released by the 7 bloodline phenomenons even more clearly. Xie Yun sighed as well. It's unfortunate. If Suzimo could use that strange movement technique to escape, he might have a chance of survival. There's no chance. Yu Feng shook his head. Immortal Taihua is still outside the battlefield and can attack at any moment. This person is under the threat of melee and ranged attacks, he will definitely die. Suzimo had a fearless expression when he saw the 7 Earth Execution Guards charge forward with their bloodline phenomenons. Even if he had reservations and could not use the bloodline of the Green Lotus true body, he had other methods to fight. Condense. Suzimo channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. Suddenly, a vast and mysterious starry sky appeared above Suzimo's head. Although almost half of the regions were dim, the shimmering starry skies were already resplendent enough. Millions of stars scattered down countless starlight that surged into Suzimo's body continuously. Over the years, Suzimo had cultivated the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra and could already condense 3 main stars. Now that he had an additional star region, his power was even stronger than before. Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram. Perfected Immortal Xieling recognized the origin of the astral secret skill right away. Without the complete inheritance, Suzimo's Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram was equivalent to a universal phenomenon. However, it could fight against the surrounding bloodline phenomenons. Boom! The 7 bloodline phenomenons collided against the millions of starlight from the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram and let out an intense sound. All 7 bloodline phenomenons charged continuously, wanting to break through the defense of the starlight. Against the impact of the 7 bloodline phenomenons, the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram swayed as well and the starry skies above his head shook. Hee hee. Suddenly, Immortal Taihua laughed. Is this the method you're relying on? In my eyes, it's like the light of a firefly. As Immortal Taihua said that, he channeled his essence spirit and conjured sword arts with both hands. A blinding beam of light gathered on his fingertip and emitted a shuddering divine power aura. This is. Beside the earth-ranking Steely, Yu Feng, Yun Lei, Xie Yun, and the others were shocked when they sensed that aura. White Rainbow Sword. A supreme divine power, the few of them exclaimed. When they saw the beam of light in Immortal Taihua's hands, the expressions of the Academy elders dimmed and they no longer harbored any hope. Against such an attack and another supreme divine power condensed by Immortal Taihua, Suzimo had no chance at all. Immortal Tai Hua wanted to kill all the variables. Elder Zhong looked at Heaven Immortal White Sea and said sorrowfully, "Great. This reincarnated immortal of yours is truly capable. His essence spirit has already cultivated to the Heaven Immortal realm, 9 heavens. As a reincarnated perfected immortal, I had no intention of coming out of seclusion, nor was I interested in fighting a junior like you." Wielding the white rainbow sword, Immortal Tai Hua looked at Su Zimo, who was surrounded, and said indifferently, "However, Senior Sister Meng Yaro paid me a personal visit. She instructed me to send you on your way personally." Chapter 22-26, 22-26 Explode, Counterattack. 22-26 Explode, Counterattack. It was only at that moment that many cultivators outside the 9 heavens realized that Immortal Tai Hua had appeared because of Zither Immortal Meng Yaro. Someone sighed. He can die in peace knowing that Fairy Meng Yaro wanted this so badly. Another person shook his head. It's truly dishonorable for Fairy Meng Yaro to target an Earth Immortal like this. I think this Zither Immortal is not worthy of her title. Don't spout nonsense, or you might die before you know it. The sect elder of the cultivator hollered hurriedly, "There are countless paragons and monster incarnates in the heavenly world who are willing to be controlled by the Zither Immortal. Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense? 9 heavens." With a haughty expression, Immortal Tai Hua raised his hand slightly and released the white beam of light in his hands, saying indifferently, "You can die in peace." Swoosh. The white rainbow sword emitted an extremely sharp edge and tore through the air, penetrating the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram instantly. The light of a billion stars could not compare to the brilliance of the white rainbow that tore through the firmament. That was the power of a supreme divine power. Against that power, even the bloodline phenomenons of Tai Han and the other 6 trembled slightly. The white rainbow penetrated the sun and countless stars were sliced into 2 by the sword chi released by the white rainbow in the blink of an eye. Their lights dimmed and dissipated quickly. Everywhere the white rainbow passed, it penetrated everything. It was as though there were no immortal arts, dharmic arts, or living beings in the world that could defend against the white rainbow and its sharpness. Before the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram was cultivated to the perfected stage, it could not defend against the true form of that supreme divine power and collapsed. The white rainbow sword descended from the skies and stabbed towards Su Zimo's head. Without the support of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, the bloodline phenomenons of Tai Han and the other 6 Earth execution guards surged over like raging tides, wanting to engulf Su Zimo. At that moment, Su Zimo did not even have the space or chance to dodge given the situation. Princess Scarlet Rainbow revealed a pained expression. She could almost visualize Su Zimo's tragic death on the spot. In the square, many cultivators watched intently with bated breaths. Even Yun Ting leaned forward slightly with a nervous expression. Ah! Suddenly, Su Zimo reared his head and howled into the skies, his voice shaking all 9 heavens. Suddenly, 6 jade-white elephant tusks grew behind him. They were sharp and emanated a shuddering aura. Su Zimo's aura was rising rapidly. It was as though a gigantic elephant had appeared and overlapped with Su Zimo's figure. It had 6 elephant tusks and raised its trunk, roaring into the skies. Innate divine power, 6-tusk divine strength. Although Su Zimo was a grade 8 Earth Immortal, his essence spirit was already at the level of a grade 1 Heaven Immortal. When released, the power of his body, blood chi, and essence spirit increased by 6 times. Immediately after, right on the heels of countless gazes, 2 identical heads and 4 arms appeared on both sides of Su Zimo's body. Supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms. Outside the 9 heavens, the cultivators were in an uproar. This perfected immortal Xieling was shocked as well. A grade 8 Earth Immortal had released a supreme divine power. Furthermore, this supreme divine power was extremely powerful. Many Heaven Immortals might not be able to comprehend its profundity even at their peak. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy opened their mouths in shock. I know supreme divine powers as well. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as the 6-tusk divine elephant grew behind him. Waving 3 heads 6 arms, he shouted at Tai Han and the others who were charging forward, get loss. Even without the 6-tusked divine elephant and 3 heads 6 arms, the Green Lotus true body alone was enough to fight against the bloodline phenomenons of the Earth Execution Guards. Now that he had released an innate divine power and a supreme divine power, Suzumo's strength was almost at its peak. Boom, 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 boom. Suzumo punched 6 times in succession against the countless bloodline phenomenons and white rainbow sword above his head. He attacked with all his might and clashed head-on with the other 6 Earth Execution Guards, letting out a series of loud bangs that shook the world. The bloodline phenomenons of the Execution Guards were shattered by Suzumo's fist and could not defend at all. 6 figures were sent flying. Some of the Earth Execution Guards exploded into a blood mist in midair and were completely crippled, losing their combat strength. Some of the Execution Guards had strong physiques. Although their bodies were not destroyed, they were severely injured and their organs separated from their bodies with their bones broken. The Earth Execution Guards could not defend against the burst of the 6-tusked divine elephant and 3 heads 6 arms at all. It was already extremely fortunate that they could defend against Suzumo's attack. It proved that their methods and strength were at their peak. If it was any other Earth Immortal, they would have been crushed into dust by a single punch and their essence spirits would have been destroyed. At the same time, the white rainbow sword descended. Taihan's palm saber slashed down as well. Suzumo ignored the 2 attacks and channeled his spirit consciousness once more, releasing 2 greater divine powers. Before the 6 Earth Execution Guards could fall, golden lotus flowers surged out from the ground beneath them. Bang! 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 When the golden lotus flowers struck the Earth Execution Guards, the tremendous power shattered their bodies and their essence spirits were destroyed. The few Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal sect at the side attacked hurriedly and released their divine powers, destroying the golden lotus flowers on the ground, wanting to save the remaining Earth Execution Guards. However, lotus flowers fell from the skies one after another. Since Suzumo had attacked, he would not leave anyone from the great Jin Immortal Kingdom with any chance of survival. The greater divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries, Heavenly Flower Fall and Earth Gushing Golden Lotus. Against the pincer attack of 2 greater divine powers, there was no way out for them in the world. The 6 Earth Execution Guards with bloodline phenomenons were all dead and their essence spirits were destroyed. That scene was way too shocking. The ferocity of Suzumo's counterattack caused countless cultivators to shudder and even feel a hint of fear. Even Feng Yin, the other reincarnated immortal who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked over with a hint of caution. What happened? Under the encirclement of 12 peak Earth Immortals and the impact of the supreme divine power and 7 bloodline phenomenons, Suzumo killed 6 people instead. Holy! His way too strong. A huge commotion broke out in the crowd in the square. Instinctively, Xie Qingcheng stood up and looked at the scene on the battlefield in disbelief. Countless cultivators stood up excitedly. The development of this battle had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Poof! Poof! The white rainbow sword descended and pierced Suzumo's head, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Immediately after, Taihan's palm saber split Suzumo's face and head into 2. Before blood flowed out, it was frozen into ice. Here! Suddenly, Suzumo's laughter sounded sinisterly. 3 heads 6 arms. Immortal Tai Hua's white rainbow sword pierced his head. Taihan split another head. However, the head that truly possessed an essence spirit was intact. Chapter 2227, 2227 Let the zither immortal accompany me. 2227 Let the zither immortal accompany me. The fight earlier on was way too intense. Although it sounded slow upon narration, it merely took a few breaths. Suzumo's counterattack was way too ferocious and sharp. Many cultivators watching did not react until the 6 Earth Execution Guards were dead. 3 heads 6 arms, a supreme divine power. To think that it would be released by a grade 8 Earth Immortal. 6 Earth Execution Guards with bloodline phenomenons were killed by a supreme divine power and 2 greater divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries without the chance to resist. The heavenly flower fall and earth-gushing golden lotus require one to comprehend the obscurities of the Buddhist monasteries to their limits before they can cultivate those two greater divine powers successfully. From what I know, even some disciples of the Buddhist monasteries are unable to release those two greater divine powers. The crowd was noisy and countless cultivators discussed the scene excitedly. Good, good, good. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were emotional and could no longer say anything else, merely repeating the same word repeatedly. Even till now, you guys are still pretending? Heaven Immortal White Sea sneered, this lad's essence spirit is already at the Heaven Immortal realm. As elders of the Academy, is it possible that you guys don't know he has such combat strength? Foo. Elder Zhong sneered as well. Su Zimo entered Heaven and Earth Academy 1,000 years ago and entered seclusion immediately. He only appeared a few days ago and this is the first time we've seen him as well. The few of us truly don't know what tricks he has up his sleeves. When they heard that, the other cultivators were even more shocked. Xie Qingcheng said, this means that after Brother Su joined Heaven and Earth Academy, his combat strength has already reached such a level before he even cultivated the methods of the Academy. Strong. Too strong. Xie Qingcheng could not help but exclaim again emotionally, the evaluation of Brother Su on the Earth ranking prediction this time round is truly way too inappropriate. Good kills. Yun Ting drank a bowl of strong wine and shouted, how satisfying. At the same time, many cultivators gradually reacted. The reason why Yun Ting came to the Yangyang Immortal Kingdom and challenged Su Zimo personally was probably not only for the Heaven and Earth slaying sword arts. More than that, it was because Su Zimo's strength was enough for Yun Ting to treat him as such. Heaven Abyss of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect sighed gently and shook his head as well. Back then, I could already tell that this lad was extraordinary. To think that I had still underestimated him. Prince Yuan's face was livid. The Great Jin Immortal Kingdom lost 6 Earth Execution Guards instantly and suffered immense losses. When he heard the exclamations and praises for Su Zimo around him, he felt even more hatred. What are you smug about? Suddenly, Prince Yuan's said. He surveyed his surroundings and declared, even if his essence spirit is at the Grade 1 Heaven Immortal realm, the toll on a Grade 8 Earth Immortal to be able to release supreme divine powers is unimaginable. Su Zimo is merely an arrow at the end of its flight right now. These are his final moments of lucidity. Finally, Prince Yuan's ferocious gaze landed on the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy as he grit his teeth. It's too early for you guys to be happy. P2E. Elder Zhong spat and said, your Great Jin Immortal Kingdom joined forces with Flying Immortal Sect to gather 18 peak Earth Immortals. Now, they're covered in dirt and suffered immense losses because of a single Grade 8 Earth Immortal of our Academy. How do you have the cheek to continue barking wildly here? The reputation of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and the Execution Guards has been tarnished by you, Yuan's elder. He burst into laughter as well. Prince Yuan's face flushed red from the scolding and he said hatefully, this is merely the fight of a cornered beast. I'll watch from here to see how much longer he can last. Although the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy cursed heartily, there was still a hint of worry in the depths of their eyes. Actually, Prince Yuan's was not wrong. Once the essence spirit was at the Heaven Immortal realm, one could naturally release supreme divine powers. However, if the essence spirit was only at the elementary level of Grade 1 or 2 Heaven Immortals, the toll of using supreme divine powers was way too draining and burdensome for it. Although they were both releasing supreme divine powers, Immortal Taihua's situation was completely different from Su Zimo's. Before Immortal Taihua attacked, he had already rested for a long time and was at his peak condition. As for Su Zimo, he had expended a lot of energy to release many powerful secret skills along the way because he had snatched the treasures of 4 levels. Now, in the battle earlier on, he released many divine powers, secret skills, and even the supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms. Even his essence spirit was comparable to a Grade 1 Heaven Immortal, its strength would have long been exhausted. However, there were still Taihan of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom as well as Immortal Taihua and 4 peak Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect remaining. From now on, Su Zimo's situation would be even more difficult and he would most likely be doomed. 9 heavens. Suzimo's situation was slightly better than the Academy elders had expected. It was because his essence spirit was way too special. It was a product of the synthesis between the Green Lotus essence spirit and the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit and was extremely pure. Furthermore, after releasing the six-tusk divine strength, the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially. Although his essence spirit was still at the Grade 1 Heaven Immortal realm, its strength had already reached the level of a Grade 2 Heaven Immortal. Along the way, Suzimo snatched the treasures in 4 levels, released the Pankadi Dao Fire, Heaven-Slaying Sword Chi and many other secret skills. In the battle earlier on, he released many trump cards and the power of his essence spirit, consuming a lot of essence chi. Even so, his essence spirit retained its combat strength and could still at least release an essence spirit secret skill. He's already at the end of his rope. Everyone, there's no need to be wary. Immortal Tai Hua said in a deep voice, "This lad will definitely die under our combined attack." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Suzimo burst into laughter and looked at Immortal Tai Hua, who was not far away, with a mocking expression. "You want to send me on my way with your puny methods? Cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect, listen up." Suzimo shouted, "Go back and tell Meng Yaro that if she wants to send me on my way, she'll have to come over and do it personally. The road to the Netherworld is way too lonely. I won't mind letting the Zither Immortal accompany me." Pest. The crowd was in an uproar. Brazen. Arrogant. This was a blatant blasphemy against Zither Immortal Meng Yaro. Fairy Meng Yaro invited the reincarnated Immortal out of seclusion this time round to join forces with the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom to kill Suzimo. It was understandable for him to harbor resentment. However, even if anyone bore resentment towards the Zither Immortal, who would dare to openly go against her? Even some immortal kings of Divine Firmament Mainland were wary of Zither Immortal Meng Yaro. In the eyes of many cultivators, the Zither Immortal was a high and mighty fairy that could not be sullied. But now, Suzimo was asking the Zither Immortal to appear personally and accompany him to the Netherworld in front of everyone. Ignorant junior. Heaven Immortal White Sea was enraged. This time round, even perfected Immortal Xieling was secretly speechless. Even with his status, he did not dare to say those words to Zither Immortal Meng Yaro. Ha 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 ha. Only Yun Ting laughed brazenly and said, "Suzimo, such guts you have. I'm liking you more and more. I've long looked down on the Zither Immortal as well. She's not worthy of being ranked alongside my sister." Chapter 2228, 2228 Exhausted. 2228 Exhausted. Suzimo, you truly don't know what's good for you. Immortal Tai Hua's expression was cold. Although he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, in his heart, Zither Immortal Meng Yaro was also a fairy that could not be sullied. Even in his previous life, he would be respectful when he saw Zither Immortal Meng Yaro. At least half of the cultivators in Flying Immortal Sect were in love with Fairy Meng Yaro. However, not many people dared to reveal it. That was because in everyone's hearts, they were not worthy. To think that Suzimo would openly blaspheme Zither Immortal Meng Yaro today. This had touched the tender spot in Immortal Tai Hua's heart completely. "Suzimo, let me tell you," Immortal Tai Hua said slowly, "there are some people you can't touch. Even if it's blasphemy with words and gazes, it's a sin." "Is that so?" Suzimo grinned with a cold gaze. "I have something you guys can't touch too. If you do, you'll have to die." The moment he said that, Suzimo's gaze shone brightly as he channeled his essence spirit wildly. His vast spirit consciousness gathered and released an essence spirit secret skill. A palm-sized, seemingly ordinary scale floated out from his glabella slowly with a terrifying aura. The reverse scale. "Attack!" Immortal Tai Hua shouted. His glabella shone with a resplendent light and released his essence spirit secret skill as well, charging towards the reverse scale. The other 4 Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect were initially condensing their divine powers and secret skills, prepared to release them. However, Suzimo activated his essence spirit secret skill first. Helpless, the 4 of them could only condense their spirit consciousnesses and release their essence spirit secret skills. A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Unless necessary, no one would use an essence spirit secret skill right away. For example, on the side of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect, even though they had suffered immense losses and were only left with 6 people, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. Therefore, they had never thought of using their essence spirit secret skills. When the reverse scale appeared, they could only use their essence spirit secret skills to defend. Tai-Han narrowed his eyes slightly. In order to kill Su Zimo without fail, he had collected all the information about Su Zimo and studied it carefully. It was especially so for the battle at the Immortal Sect selection 1,000 years ago. According to his understanding, this essence spirit secret skill was extremely terrifying. If one's essence spirit realm was not high enough, they must not touch it. Tai-Han hesitated for a moment and did not activate his essence spirit secret skill. Right then, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skill collided with the reverse scale in silence. However, the space where the two essence spirit secret skills collided trembled violently and fluctuations that resembled water ripples spread in all direction. This was no ordinary essence spirit fight. The aftershock of the clash between two essence spirits at the Heaven Immortal realm could be imagined. Even the dozens of cultivators watching beside the earth ranking steely felt a chill in their consciousness. Many cultivators even retreated far away from the battlefield. Feng Yin no longer closed his eyes. Instead, he watched the battlefield intently, observing every single detail. He knew that no matter who the eventual victor was, that would be his greatest opponent. The moment Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skill collided with the reverse scale, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It was as though death was about to descend the next moment. Suddenly, a strange power appeared out of thin air in his consciousness and enveloped his weakened essence spirit. After releasing his supreme divine power and essence spirit secret skill, his essence spirit had already become extremely weak and could not defend against the invasion of that strange power. This is bad. Immortal Tai Hua's expression changed starkly. Without hesitation, he channeled his essence spirit once more and a powerful energy fluctuation burst forth from his body. A tremendous life force gushed out from Immortal Tai Hua's body. It was the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality. At that critical moment of life and death, Immortal Tai Hua made use of the final bit of essence spirit power to release a second supreme divine power. Actually, this was his greatest reliance against Feng Yin. In his initial plan, the fight for the top of the Earth ranking would be between him and Feng Yin. If the two of them fought to the end and their blood chi, essence spirit and essence chi were expended to their limits, he could release everlasting vitality to recover a large amount of blood chi and essence spirit and essence chi. There would be no doubt about the outcome of the battle. However, he had not expected that his greatest trump card would be used in advance. He had no other choice. Boom. In his consciousness, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit released a terrifying spirit consciousness that dispersed the strange power derived from the reverse scale and escaped a calamity. Don't touch that scale. Right then, as though he recalled something, Immortal Tai Hua roared and reminded. Unfortunately, it was too late. The essence spirit secret skills of the 4 Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect struck the reverse scale one after another. To the 4 of them, most of the power of the reverse scale had already been blocked by Immortal Tai Hua. They felt that the essence spirit secret skills of the 4 of them were enough to crush the reverse scale before surging into Su Zimo's consciousness to kill the essence spirit of the latter. However, when their essence spirit secret skills collided with the reverse scale, their expressions froze and their gazes dimmed as their life force drained rapidly. The reverse scale could not hold on any longer and shattered. In the consciousnesses of the 4 Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect, their essence spirits were destroyed as well. The 4 of them fell weakly to the ground. Despite being unharmed, they were already dead. An essence spirit secret skill killed 4 more people. In just a moment, Immortal Tai Hua and Tai-Han were the only ones left after the 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces. The encirclement was over. After releasing the reverse scale, Su Zimo's figure swayed slightly as well. His face was pale and the light on his glabella turned extremely dim. Even everyone in the square could tell that Su Zimo's essence spirit was exhausted, let alone the cultivators of level 5. The power of his essence spirit and essence chi were depleted, and he could not use all his divine powers, secret skills, and immortal arts. This also meant that Su Zimo would be a fish on the chopping block and his life and death would be in the hands of others. Sigh, what a pity. Someone lamented with a look of pity. The fact that he was able to survive till now against the encirclement of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect and even kill 16 peak Earth Immortals is enough for him to leave his name through the age. That's right. Given his combat strength, it's no exaggeration to claim that he should be at the top of the Earth ranking. However, throughout history, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates who died prematurely. Who would remember them? In the square, many cultivators looked at the figure in the 9 heavens who was fighting alone and sighed. That figure looked a little lonely, pitiful, and even tragic. Although Taihan did not release his essence spirit secret skill, he sensed Su Zimo's weakness and sped towards the latter in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Su Zimo. He would definitely not miss such a rare and fleeting opportunity. Chapter 2229, 2229 Blind. 2229 Blind. Taihan knew very well. Even if the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleted and he could no longer release divine powers and secret skills, his body and melee combat strength were extremely terrifying. Therefore, Taihan did not hold back at all and almost released all his trump card. Frost Spike. Taihan's glabella opened up and his massive spirit consciousness condensed continuously, forming a sharp and cold spike that stabbed towards Su Zimo. He did not release his essence spirit secret skill earlier on and avoided the calamity. When Su Zimo's essence spirit was at its weakest, he released this essence spirit secret skill that was fatal. Frost Eye. At the same time, Taihan released the powerful visual technique that he had cultivated. The temperature in the world dipped. The visual technique was released and 2 streams of frost burst forth from Taihan's eyes. Almost instantly, they arrived before Su Zimo. Boundless Frost Seal. Taihan growled and released another greater divine power. Under the channeling of his essence spirit and frost blood chi physique, the might of that greater divine power was almost comparable to supreme divine powers. Finally, Taihan's blood surged and the coldness between his hands rumbled, forming a gigantic ice blade that slashed towards Su Zimo. Taihan was prepared to engage in melee combat. However, he released essence spirit secret skills, visual techniques, and greater divine powers to match. The losses of Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom were already immense. He would definitely not allow anything else to happen. He would definitely not give Su Zimo any chance or hope to escape. On the other side, when Immortal Tai Hua released everlasting vitality and recovered the power of his essence spirit, he did not miss this opportunity when he saw that. He channeled his essence spirit and released a second essence spirit secret skill, swoosh. An essence spirit sword tore through the air and stabbed towards the back of Su Zimo's head. At that moment, the world seemed to have stopped. Outside the 9 heavens, countless cultivators watched with bated breaths. Indeed, there were only 2 people left from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. However, their combat strength was ranked in the top 10 of the Earth ranking. The combined attack of the 2 of them was even more terrifying than the combined attack of the 18 Earth Immortals earlier on. Given such circumstances, no one believed that Su Zimo could survive. He was absolutely dead in this situation. "You're far from being able to kill me," Su Zimo hollered, and a majestic aura burst forth from his body. It was filled with vitality and was even more robust than what Immortal Tai Hua created earlier on, reversing the situation entirely. It was the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality. A series of shouts broke out in the square. The crowd that had just quietened down stirred once more. Everlasting vitality was the innate divine power of the Green Lotus true body, and Su Zimo had already comprehended it back in the lower worlds. When released by the Green Lotus true body, the effect of that supreme divine power was even more shocking. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's essence spirit had already recovered to its peak. Life force surged and Taihan's greater divine power, Boundless Frost Seal, dissipated instantly. Boundless Frost Seal was only a greater divine power. No matter how powerful it was it could not freeze the green lotus true body that released everlasting vitality. Su Zimo ignored Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skill and turned around suddenly, looking at Tai Han who was charging over. Crack, crack, crack. The power of Frost Eye was the first to arrive. Everywhere the visual technique passed, it left a white frost mark in the void. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. Suddenly, his right eye shone with a bedazzling light that resembled a blazing sun. Illumination Eye. The illumination stone had already fused into Su Zimo's right eye. The visual technique was filled with the extremities of yang energy. The moment the power of Frost Eye collided with Illumination Eye, it began to melt. There was no way to defend against it. Boom! The illumination light surged in and reached Tai Han's face instantly. Tai Han charged over at his fastest speed. He had not expected such a change. Coupled with the instantaneous release of his visual technique, it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only try his best to turn his head. Poof! Although he avoided the vital spot on his glabella, the light still entered his left eye and pierced it, creating a hole. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. The moment any blood appeared, it was burned by the illumination light. A lot of Illumination Eye's energy was expended after the collision with Frost Eye. Therefore, it did not manage to kill Tai Han and merely blinded him. Of course, with the remnant power of illumination, Tai Han would need a long time to recuperate if he wanted to recover from such injuries. What a pity! A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The nether glow stone in his left eye had once absorbed a large amount of dark power in the Emperor's tomb. Now, it was dormant and could not be activated. Otherwise, Tai Han would have been killed on the spot by his two visual techniques if the nether glow eye was released. It was no wonder why Tai Han was the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Although he was severely injured and his features were contorted in pain, he did not make a single sound. He glared using his remaining eye with a ferocious glint. Coupled with his essence spirit secret skill, he raised the frost blade in his hands and slashed towards Su Zimo. Behind Su Zimo was Immortal Tai Hua's attack. In Tai Han's opinion, even if Su Zimo's essence spirit recovered to its peak, he would not be able to release the reverse scale again and defend against his and Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skill. Gautama Dharmic Seal. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and chanted a sutra silently. His glabella shone with a golden light and an incomparably divine Sanskrit word flew out, emitting a blinding golden light that seemed like it could suppress all evil and transcend all living being. Su Zimo's second essence spirit secret skill was release. The Gautama Dharmic Seal did not defend against Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit sword. Instead, it charged towards Tai Han's frost spike. Crack! The two essence spirit secret skills collided in midair. Tai Han shuddered and the light on his glabella flickered. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His essence spirit realm was not high enough and he could not defend against the Gautama Dharmic Seal. Although he did not kill anyone in the essence spirit fight this time round, his essence spirit was injured. On the other side, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently with his left hand and circulated a secret skill. He withdrew a whip that shone with electric arcs from his glabella and struck the descending essence spirit sword. The third essence spirit secret skill. Many cultivators in the square were shocked. Most ordinary cultivators could cultivate an essence spirit secret skill. Those who could cultivate two were already rare paragons. For most people, no matter how many they cultivated, it was unnecessary and they did not possess the energy to use them either. The power of the essence spirit was limited and no one could release essence spirit secret skills consecutively. But now, Su Zimo had released 3 essence spirit secret skills. Against the terrifying attacks of Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han, Su Zimo did not die and even released an incomparably powerful counterattack. The methods displayed in this battle had far surpassed the understanding of ordinary Earth immortals. Piak! The sword and whip collided and spirit consciousness waves surge. The two of them had similar essence spirit realms and there was no victor in this essence spirit fight. However, this time round, there was a hint of cowardice in Immortal Tai Hua's eyes. Chapter 2230, 2230 Pursuit. 2230 Pursuit. Immortal Tai Hua was not afraid. He merely did not want to continue fighting Suzimo in the 9 heavens. Suzimo's strength was troublesome to deal with and had far surpassed his imagination. At most, it would only shock him, but it was not to the point where he would be afraid. Up till this point of the battle, both parties had almost used up all their trump cards. Now that Suzimo had released the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality, his essence spirit and essence chi had recovered to their peak. Even if he continued to fight Suzimo here, Immortal Tai Hua was not confident that he could kill the latter. Rather than that, he might as well avoid them for the time being. It would not be too late for him to attack after he left the 9 heavens and could use his dharmic treasures. There were a few powerful dharmic treasures in his storage bag that increased his combat strength significantly. At the very least, he had prepared some elixir pills that could be consumed as well. At the end of the day, there were many restrictions in the 9 heavens and he could not unleash his combat strength to its peak. "It's not because I'm afraid of him," Immortal Tai Hua chanted internally, as though to affirm his conviction. At that thought, Immortal Tai Hua abandoned Suzimo and turned to leave. On the other side, as the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, Tai Han obeyed Prince Yuan's orders and could not retreat. Even if he was blinded in one eye and his essence spirit was injured, he was fearless. However, the power of the saber he condensed was greatly reduced after he was severely injured in succession. Suzimo merely reached out with his bare hands and crushed the saber. At the same time, Suzimo raised his other hand and released the great chaos essence palm, slapping down on Tai Han's head. Tai Han raised his other arm, wanting to defend. Crack. However, the power of the great chaos essence palm was extremely ferocious and snapped Tai Han's arm. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The tremendous power did not stop at all and continued suppressing Tai Han. "Tai Hua, you." Right then, Tai Han's single eye caught sight of Immortal Tai Hua, who was turning to leave and could not help but fly into a rage. Immortal Tai Hua's actions were equivalent to betraying him for Suzimo. At that moment of life and death, Tai Han's strong desire to survive burst forth as well. Raising his head suddenly, his body tilted backwards and he fell. This time round, he avoided fatal damage by a hair's breadth. Bang! The great chaos essence palm pushed down Tai Han's arm and slapped his chest. Accompanied by the jarring sound of bones cracking, a palm-sized pit appeared in Tai Han's chest instantly. Unfortunately, Suzimo's essence spirit power was depleted earlier on and the 6-tusk divine strength and 3 heads 6 arms dissipated as well. If not for that, his strength would have increased by 6 times. Coupled with 3 heads 6 arms, he would have been able to kill Tai Han the moment he closed in. Of course, that palm strike almost took away half of Tai Han's life. Thump! Tai Han landed heavily on the ground with a pale face. Gritting his teeth, he stomped on the ground and his entire body was almost stuck to the ground as he retreated. Right then, Suzimo's spirit consciousness moved and he sensed Immortal Tai Hua, who was escaping as well. Trying to escape. Killing intent surged in Suzimo's eyes. Everyone from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect could survive except Immortal Tai Hua. Since he killed Yi Fei, Suzimo wanted him to pay with his life and die with Yi Fei. If this was earlier on, Suzimo was confident that he would be able to kill Tai Han first before turning to chase after Immortal Tai Hua with his many movement techniques and secret skills. But now, he had already released his movement techniques and secret skills and could not activate them again in a short period of time. Right now, Immortal Tai Hua had already made a move first. If he were to chase after Tai Han, Immortal Tai Hua would most likely be gone by the time he returned. The 9 heavens was way too huge and it was impossible to find someone who was bent on hiding here. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If he were to leave the 9 heavens and kill Immortal Tai Hua in front of many heaven immortal experts, who knew what changes would happen? I have to keep him here. At that thought, Suzimo gave up on Tai Han and turned around, chasing after Immortal Tai Hua, who was in the distance. The dozens of cultivators beside the earth-ranking Steely were dumbfounded. The alliance of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect ended in such an outcome. Tai Han was severely injured and Immortal Tai Hua escape. As for Su Zimo, he strode forward with a murderous aura and locked his gaze on the figure in the distance. It was clear that he had no intention of letting Immortal Tai Hua off. Tai Han clutched his chest and coughed out blood with a miserable expression. He was already a dead man to begin with. If Su Zimo were to chase after him, he would not be able to last 3 rounds. To think that Immortal Tai Hua's departure would save his life instead. Tai Han looked at Immortal Tai Hua's back view and smiled mockingly. Thereafter, he looked at the tall earth-ranking stele not far away. When he looked at the name he left on the stele, the mockery in his eyes intensified. Given his current state, he no longer had the chance to fight for the earth ranking. His essence spirit was injured and his body was severely damaged with one eye blinded. It was unknown if he could even break through to the heaven immortal realm in the future. With a dejected expression, Tai Han turned around and headed towards the teleportation formation in the direction of level 4. If he wanted to survive, he could not stay here. Regardless of whether Su Zimo could kill Immortal Tai Hua, he would definitely die when Su Zimo returned. The only way he could survive was if he searched for a place to hide in the first 4 levels. Beside the earth-ranking stele, Feng Yin, who was initially just watching the battle, suddenly moved and chased in the direction of Su Zimo and Immortal Tai Hua. Up till this point of the battle, even he was curious. Yu Feng, Yun Lei, and the others chased after him as well. Xie Yun protected Princess Scarlet Rainbow and did not chase after them. He sighed. Scarlet Rainbow, your academy has truly produced a ruthless person this time round. Don't worry. Although the seal on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's body was not removed, she could still speak. She said hatefully, Junior Brother Su will definitely not let Tai Hua off. He will definitely take revenge for Senior Brother Yi. It's difficult. Xie Yun shook his head gently. Su Zimo's combat strength might be superior to Immortal Tai Hua. However, if Immortal Tai Hua were to avoid the battle and escape, he wouldn't stand a chance either. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was silent. She knew that Xie Yun was not wrong. Su Zimo was alone after all. If Immortal Tai Hua wanted to escape, there was nothing Su Zimo could do to stop him. In the square, many cultivators were shocked when they saw that. This battle had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom suffered immense losses. 16 peak Earth Immortals were killed by Su Zimo and they were almost entirely removed from the Earth ranking. Those 2 factions had lost all face. What was even more frightening was that the battle did not seem to be over yet. Su Zimo did not give up and followed closely behind Immortal Tai Hua, bent on killing the latter. Look, what's going on over there? Right then, someone shifted his gaze and was shocked when he saw what happened not far away from the teleportation formation at level 4. Chapter 2231, 2231 Might of the Willow Tree. 2231 Might of the Willow Tree. In level 4, the gigantic willow tree not far away from the teleportation formation was undergoing a shocking transformation. For some reason, countless willow leaves withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The drooping willow branches withered rapidly as well. The ancient and rough bark of the willow tree peeled off bit by bit. However, the life force in the willow tree's body intensified. This disciple of the academy has benefited from misfortune. It's a blessing. Perfected Immortal Xie Ling lamented. His cultivation realm was the highest and his judgment and knowledge far surpassed others. He could tell that after the essence spirit of this academy disciple fused with the gigantic willow essence spirit, his essence spirit realm had probably already broken through to the heaven immortal realm. Now that his body was reborn and he had undergone a complete transformation, his future was limitless. Initially, the endowment of this academy disciple could be seen at a glance. Although he had joined Heaven and Earth Academy, he would only be a heaven immortal in the future at most. But now that he had obtained such a huge opportunity, the potential of this lad was unimaginable. Naturally, Su Zimo obtained the most treasures in the 9 heavens this time round. Apart from him, this disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy benefited the most. What great methods! Perfected Immortal Xieling could not help but sigh when he thought about how this academy disciple's opportunities were related to Su Zimo as well. Initially, Xieling was displeased with Su Zimo for snatching the foundation treasure of level 4. But now, after witnessing the battle earlier on, Xieling thought about it and realized that it was nothing much for Su Zimo to take away the treasures. He would just treat it as a favor for the latter. At the very least, it was not a bad thing for the Yang Immortal Kingdom to be on good terms with this lad. Before long, the willow tree had already completed its transformation and the original gigantic willow tree had vanished. In its place was a seemingly skinny willow tree sapling. The trunk was only as thick as an arm and there were only a few willow branches hanging down. They were slender and weak, as though they could be snapped by a gust of wind. The willow sapling began to sway continuously before intensifying. Higher. Before long, the willow tree let out a slightly tender human voice and pulled itself out of the mud in one go, revealing its roots. After that action, the willow tree seemed to have expended a lot of energy and stood on the spot to rest. Pausing for a moment, the body of the willow tree gradually changed. Many roots gathered and the trunk evolved. Right in front of many cultivators, the willow tree disappeared and in its place was a child around 9 years old. Liu Ping's appearance could vaguely be seen through his eyes. The child wore a green robe and had makeup on. His hair was naturally tied into a few small pigtails that swayed slightly like willow branches. After transforming into his human form, the child lowered his head and was stunned. So short. The child looked at his fair and tender hand and was shocked. So small. The child hurriedly conjured a sparkling mirror and looked at it. Instantly, he was scared out of his wits and smashed the mirror with a punch. Fuck. The child cursed. However, his voice was tender and the vulgarity sounded out of place. Junior brother Su, what have you gotten me into? The child was Liu Ping, who had devoured the gigantic willow essence spirit and wanted to cry. Indeed, he inherited the body of the gigantic willow and was reborn, synthesizing perfectly with this body. However, for some reason, he returned to his childhood appearance. Liu Ping checked out his seemingly weak body hurriedly. Hey! Liu Ping was slightly stunned. His cultivation realm did not reverse and his essence spirit had already broken through to the heaven immortal realm. Furthermore, although this body was skinny, the life force and power contained in it was extremely terrifying and perfectly inherited the power of the gigantic willow. This. Liu Ping clenched his fists in disbelief and muttered to himself, although my body has shrunk, I seem to be stronger than before. Wait, junior brother Su is in danger. Suddenly, Liu Ping thought of Su Zimo and hurried towards the teleportation formation with his short legs. The pigtails on his head were almost flying. After arriving at the teleportation formation, Liu Ping ascended to level 5 without hesitation. After arriving at level 5, Liu Ping determined his direction and was about to sprint in the direction of the earth-ranking Steely when he frowned. Not far away, a figure was clutching his chest and staggering over. The person's face was pale and he was covered in blood. One of his eyes was blind and he emitted a faint blood stench, looking extremely wretched. Taihan. Liu Ping's eyes widened and he almost did not recognize this person. Compared to the cold and ruthless great commander of the Earth Execution Guards previously, Taihan was in a wretched state, looking like a stray dog. Liu Ping did not know how Taihan ended up in such a state. However, when he recalled how Taihan chased after him previously, he could not help but sneer. He took a step forward and blocked Taihan's path. Taihan stopped in his tracks and rolled his single eye, glaring at the child before him. The child looked familiar. However, his essence spirit was injured and his mind was in chaos. Coupled with the fact that he was severely injured by Su Zimo this time round and had suffered a huge blow, he did not think too much about it. His expression darkened as he said coldly, "Where did this child come from? Scram and don't stand in the way." Even if he was severely injured by Su Zimo and his essence spirit was hurt, ordinary Earth Immortals were not his match. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards and possessed countless killing method. Child. Liu Ping glared and grit his teeth. Open those dog eyes of yours and take a good look at who your daddy is. Liu Ping's words were rather imposing. However, it was useless when he said it in the voice of a child. Little cub, you don't know what's good for you. Taihan did not take Liu Ping seriously at all. He reached out and grabbed Liu Ping's head. Liu Ping's head was not even as big as his palm. Although he could not use his essence spirit, divine powers, or secret skills, his physique and blood qi alone were enough to kill most Earth immortals. Because of the injury on his chest, Taihan endured the pain and remained silent. His palm strike was enough to crush the child's head. Liu Ping was alarmed. He had witnessed Taihan's methods and did not dare to fight him head-on. Liu Ping was about to circulate the immortal arts and divine powers of the academy to defend against Taihan's palm when for some reason, an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind. As though he was possessed, he shook his head gently. As though they were sentient, the few pigtails on his head suddenly transformed into a few slender and tender willow branches that whipped towards Taihan's palm. Piak, piak, piak. There were a few crisp sounds. A few scarlet blood scars appeared on Taihan's arm. The willow branches wrapped around Taihan's arm and tightened. To Liu Ping's shock, the willow branches dug into Taihan's flesh so deep that his bones could be seen. Sticky blood flowed out with a chilling intent. However, the willow branches were fearless and did not have any bloodstains, they were still emerald green. If he continued exerting strength, Taihan's arm might be snapped by a few willow branches. Chapter 2232 Humiliation. 2232 Humiliation. Taihan grunted and his expression changed. Liu Ping was shocked when he saw that. He had not expected that the unassuming pigtails on his head would be so powerful that they could even break through the defense of Taihan's flesh. Liu Ping did not know what was going on either. However, a memory suddenly appeared and he controlled the willow branches instinctively. He had fused perfectly with the gigantic willow essence spirit and inherited not only its body, but also its many methods and lineage memories. In fact, he could release the methods of the gigantic willow casually without even cultivating. However, he had just transformed into a human and was still unfamiliar with many methods. For example, he could spread out these few willow branches. One of them was enough to lock Taihan's arm while the other willow branches could attack the latter continuously. Taihan's situation was extremely tragic. His other arm was mangled by Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm and his bones were snapped. Right now, his arm was coiled by Liu Ping and could not move at all, almost snap. His essence spirit was injured and he could not use the divine power to regrow his severed arm. He merely consumed many elixir pills and relied on his blood qi to recover slowly. To think that he would be restrained once more by this unknown child and his injuries would worsen. Even though his body was extremely battered, there was no hint of submission in Taihan's eyes. They were still surging with a ferocious glint as he prepared to counterattack. He accepted the fact that he was beaten to such a state by Su Zimo. After all, it was his own lack of competence. However, as the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, how could he be restrained by a child around 9 years old? Most importantly, he knew that there was no such child among the top experts of the 9 heavens. Taihan's left arm was crippled and his right arm was bound by the willow branches. The only thing he could move were his legs. After Liu Ping fused with the gigantic willow, the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially and his spirit consciousness reached the heaven immortal realm. His senses were extremely sharp. The moment Taihan intended to move, Liu Ping had already sensed it. Liu Ping was still extremely wary of Taihan. Both parties were so close that he could not release any other methods in time. He could only punch instinctively and shout softly. Taihan had just raised his leg when Liu Ping's punch landed on his chest. That punch was way too fast. Poof! With a single punch, Taihan's chest was pierced and his heart exploded. A chubby fist protruded from Taihan's back, stained with blood. Liu Ping and Taihan were stunned at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Neither of them expected that punch to severely injure Taihan. With the rupture of his heart, Taihan's blood drained rapidly and he looked dispirited. Coupled with the injury to his essence spirit, He had almost lost his combat strength. This body is way too strong. Liu Ping's heart was pounding excitedly. Actually, although his physique was strong after inheriting the body of the gigantic willow, it was not at this level. It was because Tai Han's chest was shattered by Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm first, and his flesh and bones were almost rotten inside. That was the only reason why Liu Ping's punch could penetrate his chest. Blood gushed out of Tai Han's mouth continuously. His body could barely hold on any longer and swayed as he looked down at Liu Ping's face, and his pupils constricted. Ee. Tai Han tried his best to open his mouth, as though he wanted to say something. However, blood gushed out and his words were intermittent and slurred. I tease you. Tai Han finally recognized Liu Ping's face. However, he could not imagine how this academy disciple who should have died after he chased after him in the past could become like this and suddenly possess such immense strength. You recognized me? Very good. Liu Ping composed himself and retracted his fist. Tai Han could not hold on any longer and knelt in front of Liu Ping with a thud, his face pale. Tell me. Liu Ping grabbed Tai Han's collar with his petite hands and said sternly, what did you guys do to junior brother Su? Is he still alive? Tai Han could no longer speak. Blood flowed continuously from the hole in his chest and mouth. Liu Ping frowned and hesitated for a long time, but he did not dare to kill. Immortal Tai Hua was the one who killed senior brother Yi Fei, and Tai Han could not be blamed for it. Most importantly, he was only an ordinary disciple of the academy and had too many reservations. He did not have the guts to kill the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Of course, if Su Zimo was encircled and killed by Tai Han and the others, he would kill Tai Han to take revenge for junior brother Su even if he had to risk everything. There was another point. If he did not kill Tai Han, he could even use the latter's life to threaten the other Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. That might be able to help junior brother Su. At that thought, Liu Ping grabbed Tai Han by the collar and dragged the latter with his short legs towards the earth-ranking Steely. In the square, the expressions of Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea were extremely terrible. The losses of the two factions were way too great. Not only did they fail to kill Su Zimo after mobilizing such a large force and even inviting reincarnated immortals, they were even killed by the other party. From this day forth, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would become the laughingstock of Divine Firmament mainland. The two of them had dark gazes and glanced in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy from time to time. Although they were filled with anger, they could not vent it. Do the two of you have anything to say? Elder Zhong stroked his beard and looked askance at Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea before saying leisurely, I remember that someone said earlier on that if the Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were to die in the 9 heavens, neither of you would say anything. They can only blame themselves for their lack of competence. You're not the only ones who remember it. All the cultivators here heard it clearly. Elder, he chimed in at the side. Prince Yuan Zhuo was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. Heaven Immortal White Sea grit his teeth. Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy is way too ruthless. Even Immortal Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect only killed a single disciple of your academy. Your Su Zimo has already killed a total of 16 Earth Immortals. Good kills. Elder Zhong recalled the tragic death of Yi Fei and could not help but shouted. Ha 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 ha. At the side, Yun Ting laughed as well. What a joke. Your two factions joined forces to kill someone else but were killed instead. How dare you accuse the other party of being too ruthless? Yuan Zhuo, White Sea, you've disgraced the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect completely. Heaven Immortal White Sea could not speak at all after being scolded by Yun Ting. He could only grit his teeth and endure the hatred in his heart. There were also many cultivators in the crowd whispering as they looked in the direction of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect with disdain. White Sea, you had better be worried about that bullshit reincarnated immortal of your sect. Yun Ting took a sip of strong wine and said indifferently. Heaven Immortal White Sea sneered. Why? If Immortal Tai Hua avoids the battle, can Su Zimo retain him in the 9 heavens? The moment Heaven Immortal White Sea said that, Suzimo attacked once more in the 9 heavens. Chapter 2233, 2233 36 sabers. 2233 36 sabers. 9 heavens. Immortal Tai Hua sped the entire way with Suzimo right behind him. The distance between them did not shorten at all. However, Suzimo relied on the burst of his physique, and the distance he crossed with each step was huge. Even Immortal Tai Hua could not shake him off. If time allowed, Suzimo could naturally continue chasing like this. With the physique and powerful life force of the Green Lotus true body, he could exhaust Immortal Tai Hua to death. However, this was the 9 heavens. Once 100 Earth Immortals left their names on the Earth ranking stele, all the Earth Immortals would be forcefully shifted out. If he wanted to kill Immortal Tai Hua, he had to do it before the elimination round was over. Suzimo glared at Immortal Tai Hua's back view with a cold expression. Suddenly, he channeled his spirit consciousness and a grey fog shrouded his hands, forming a grey saber. Swoosh! The saber tore through the air and slashed in the direction of Immortal Tai Hua. The greater divine power, time is like a saber. Suzimo's essence spirit and essence chi had recovered to their peak after releasing everlasting vitality. However, he had just released many of his methods and could not use them for the time being. He did not have many trump cards left, and the only thing that could threaten Immortal Tai Hua was the power of time. Foo-foo. Sensing the energy fluctuation behind him, Immortal Tai Hua chuckled with a mocking expression. A single greater divine power was not a threat to him. Just as the grey saber was about to slash him, Immortal Tai Hua suddenly sidestepped and avoided the time saber by a hair's breadth. However, the time saber chased after Immortal Tai Hua like a leech. Who could dodge the power of time? Even if one cultivated to the immortal king realm and became an immortal emperor that looked down on the world and reigned through history, they would not be able to avoid the passage of time and would not be able to live forever. That was an untouchable level. Although Immortal Tai Hua dodged repeatedly, the time saber followed him like a shadow. Me. Immortal Tai Hua sneered, "It's just a greater divine power. It's nothing much." Although he said that, he did not dare to be careless. Indeed, he sensed a hint of danger from the grey saber. As Immortal Tai Hua sped forward, he drew a rune with the essence chi on his fingertip and imprinted it towards the time saber behind him. Bang! When the time saber struck the rune, it dissipated and grey fog splattered everywhere, filling the air. A strand of Immortal Tai Hua's long hair was accidentally tainted by the grey fog and his initially black hair turned grey instantly. When Immortal Tai Hua caught sight of that from the corner of his eye, he was shocked and his expression changed. The power of time. The power of time was the most mysterious and difficult to come into contact with, cultivate and comprehend. Even before his reincarnation, he had not mastered the power of time. In the square, the experts were secretly alarmed as well and looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy instinctively. When did Heaven and Earth Academy possess such a time divine power? Heaven Abyss of Mountain Sea Immortal sect frowned. The expressions of many cultivators from the major Immortal Dao clan, Pang clan, of Divine Firmament mainland changed as well as they recalled something that happened not long ago. Right before the 10,000-year meet, they had just received news that the paragon of their race, Pang Yu, was killed in Heaven and Earth Academy and died on the spot. Pang Yu was a paragon groomed by the Pang clan and highly valued. The fact that he was able to join Heaven and Earth Academy and gain a spot in the inner sect was proof of his potential. To think that he would die in Heaven and Earth Academy. This matter caused a huge stir in the Pang clan. Pang Yu had died in a strange manner. He was struck by the power of time and his lifespan was depleted. However, according to the information they knew, the person who killed Pang Yu was a Heaven Immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy. The power of time released was also far stronger than what Suzimo had displayed. When Heaven Immortal White Sea saw that Immortal Tai Hua was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and sneered, "You want to kill the reincarnated Immortal of Flying Immortal sect with a single greater divine power? What a joke!" The moment he said that, Suzimo attacked once more. The grey fog in Suzimo's hands surged and changed continuously, forming a second grey saber. With a whoosh, it tore through the air and slashed towards Immortal Tai Hua. What happened? That lad released the same divine power consecutively? The crowd exclaimed. Even the many Heaven Immortal experts present were shocked and disbelief filled their eyes. Swoosh. Immediately after, another time saber was conjured and slashed towards Immortal Tai Hua. Look, there's a third grey saber. Fourth. Fifth. Many cultivators were shocked and looked at everything in the 9 heavens in disbelief. The greater divine power, time is like a saber, was actually transformed from Baron. The power of the time saber came from the grey fog between Suzumo's palms. As long as the grey fog and his essence spirit were sufficient, he could release the time saber continuously. Although such methods seemed terrifying, they would become extremely useless at the Heaven Immortal realm. That was because no matter how many time sabers he released, they could not defeat a single supreme divine power. However, in a fight between Earth Immortals, this continuous time saber posed a huge threat to any Earth Immortal. Time was like a saber and every single slash aged one. Immortal Tai Hua did not dare to underestimate every single slash. If he wanted to defend, he could only release divine powers and secret skills continuously to defend against the time sabers. With that, the fight between both parties had silently undergone a change. Both of them were peerless monster incarnates among Earth Immortals. However, there were no techniques to speak of in this exchange and it turned into a battle of attrition of essence spirit and essence chi. Whoever's essence spirit could not withstand it first would die. Whoever exhausted their essence chi first would die. Sigh. Suddenly, perfected Immortal Xieling sighed with a conflicted expression. He looked at the green-robed cultivator in the 9 heavens and murmured, "That lad is way too terrifying." By terrifying, Xieling was not only referring to Suzumo's trump cards. More than that, it was because of Suzumo's control and judgment of the situation. It was as everyone had thought, if Immortal Tai Hua chose to avoid the battle and escape wholeheartedly, Suzumo would not be able to hold Immortal Tai Hua back, let alone kill him. But now, Immortal Tai Hua had to fight. Not only that, the battle had turned into a war of attrition. There were no techniques or melee combat or long-range attacks. There were only the roughest and simplest clashes that consumed energy continuously. If Immortal Tai Hua could not hold on first and his essence chi was depleted along with the power of his essence spirit, he would truly not have a chance to escape. This might be the only chance to hold back Immortal Tai Hua. Initially, there was no such opportunity. Suzumo was the one who forcefully created it and forced Immortal Tai Hua into a corner. Despite the fact that he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, he encountered such a ruthless person the moment he came out of seclusion after cultivating and was led by the nose the entire time. Many Heaven Immortal experts lamented when they saw that. When Immortal Tai Hua sensed the grey sabers flying behind him, his expression changed as well. He did not dare to stop and could only channel his essence spirit wildly, releasing many divine powers and secret skills to defend against the power of the time saber. Great ripping technique. Coiling slash. Armor bursting seal. Great sun saber. In an extremely short period of time, Suzumo released 36 time sabers. Immortal Tai Hua's long hair danced and his eyes shone brightly. He channeled his essence spirit to its limits as well and released 36 different divine powers and secret skills. Instantly, divine powers clashed and shook the world, causing the weather to change. Chapter 2234, 2234 Tai Hua's Death. 2234 Tai Hua's Death. Many cultivators felt their blood pump at the sight of that exchange. After releasing a divine power, ordinary cultivators would have to pause between releases to allow their essence spirits to recover. Otherwise, the burden on the essence spirit would be too great and the toll on it would be immense. The more condensed the essence spirit was, the shorter the time lapse. For people like Yun Ting, Tai Hua, and Feng Yin, even if they released multiple divine powers and secret skills in succession, their essence spirits could withstand it. Now that everyone had the chance to witness such a flurry of attacks and divine powers, they were all ecstatic. This is a true peerless expert. To think that the killing power of an Earth Immortal expert could reach such a level. Immortal Tai Hua has reincarnated and has the imprint of his previous life. As such, his essence spirit is even more condensed, so it's understandable. However, Su Zimo came from the lower worlds, and yet, his essence spirit hasn't collapsed and he can still fight against Immortal Tai Hua. Exclamations, shouts, and cheers intertwined into a buzzing sound that reverberated through the square. Brother Su sure is capable. Xie Qingcheng said, the reason why reincarnated immortals are strong is because they possess a previous lifetime of cultivation. Although they only recovered a little of their memories, their combat experience, combat skills, judgment, control, and knowledge of the situation far surpass their peers. And now, Brother Su forced Immortal Tai Hua to such a state where his experience and techniques are useless. He can only continue to go against Brother Su. Your Highness, who do you think will win this battle? Naturally, Xu Xiaotian hoped that Su Zimo would win. However, he was still worried. After all, Su Zimo had expended too much energy in consecutive battles along the way. Furthermore, the other party was a reincarnated immortal and could not be underestimated. I'm not sure, Xie Qingcheng said in a deep voice. Both of their essence spirits are at the level of a grade 1 heaven immortal. They should still have trump cards that they haven't used. Once they use those trump cards, that will probably be the time to determine the victor. In the 9 heavens, both parties fought in such a manner and pushed the combat to its climax in an extremely short period of time. After 36 slashes, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly and his aura intensified. He fought fiercer and fiercer without any signs of stopping. Swash, swash, swash. Grey fog shrouded in front of Su Zimo and changed turbulently. A few time sabers were formed once more and were ready to strike. Su Zimo. Suddenly, Immortal Tai Hua stopped in his tracks and spun around, shouting, if you want to fight, we'll fight outside the 9 heavens and at the ranking battle of the Earth ranking. How about that? Although Immortal Tai Hua's voice was loud, it was clear from his tone that he was on the losing end. I want to take your life right now. Su Zimo glared at Immortal Tai Hua coldly and said calmly. Immortal Tai Hua glared at Su Zimo with a menacing expression and hollered, Su Zimo, don't push your luck. If I'm truly forced into a corner, I'll fight you to the death and you won't be able to survive either. Naturally, Immortal Tai Hua still had a trump card. However, he was not confident that he could kill Su Zimo even if he released it. If he failed, he might die here. That was the reason why Immortal Tai Hua did not dare to use this trump card. Fight me to the death. Su Zimo was unmoved and had a fearless expression. In fact, he ignored Immortal Tai Hua and released the time saber that was condensed in front of him, slashing towards Tai Hua. After releasing 36 divine powers and secret skills in succession, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit could no longer hold on and ached. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death. Die. Immortal Tai Hua hollered and channeled his essence spirit wildly. The essence chi in his hands drew mysterious and complicated runes in midair that were filled with sharp killing intent. A terrifying divine power spread and surged towards Su Zimo. Immortal slaying talisman. Perfected Immortal Xieling exclaimed softly. That was a supreme divine power of flying immortal sect. Once released, it could sever the opponent's life force and was extremely terrifying. Victory is about to be decided, Xie Qingcheng murmured softly without blinking. Countless cultivators watched with bated breaths as well. When that supreme divine power was released, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit turned incomparably weak and his face turned pale. Poof, poof, poof. When the few time sabers collided against the immortal slaying talisman in midair, they could not defend against it at all and dissipated. You've finally attacked. Su Zimo looked at the incoming immortal slaying talisman without any fear. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as though he had been waiting for a long time. Bang! The immortal slaying talisman imprinted itself on Su Zimo's chest and a tremendous power surged into the green lotus true body instantly, destroying a large amount of life force. His flesh, bones, and organs were severely injured and his life force drained rapidly. However, the life force of the grade 10 green lotus true body far surpassed other living beings and was unimaginably boundless. If that supreme divine power struck a dragon, it could even kill them. However, Suzumo managed to survive with the powerful regeneration capabilities of his Green Lotus true body. Although his life force was weak, it was recovering slowly. Only the grade 10 Green Lotus true body could receive a supreme divine power head-on without dying. Of course, more importantly, Immortal Taihua's essence spirit was only at the grade 1 Heaven Immortal realm and could not unleash the full power of the Immortal Slaying Talisman. If a grade 9 Heaven Immortal released that supreme divine power, even the grade 10 Green Lotus true body would be shattered. Furthermore, Immortal Taihua had exchanged 36 divine powers with Suzumo first and his essence spirit was weak. The power of that supreme divine power was reduced by another level. The collision with the time sabers reduced its strength once more. When it truly landed on Suzumo, it no longer posed much of a threat. Everything was under Suzumo's control. He's not dead. Immortal Taihua focused his gaze. He saw Suzumo's figure. Although the latter swayed slightly and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood weakly, his life force was not severed. Furthermore, his life force was recovering rapidly. You won't get another chance to reincarnate. Suzumo's expression was calm as he said indifferently. Channeling his essence spirit and circulating his divine power, he pointed at Immortal Taihua through the void and spat out 2 words. Fleeting moment. Immortal Taihua's pupils constricted violently as a strong sense of danger enveloped him, as though he was about to die the next moment. He wanted to escape and break free from that terrifying feeling, but he could not. He wanted to release another supreme divine power, but his essence spirit felt immense pain and his mind spun, almost fainting. At that moment, he finally understood something. All of Suzumo's previous methods were to force him to release that supreme divine power. Suzumo would only release this killing move after his Immortal Slaying Talisman was released. By then, he would no longer have the strength to defend. Time was like a saber, a fleeting moment. Right in front of everyone, Immortal Taihua looked like he was in his twilight years. His hair was white and he looked withered and old. His face was filled with wrinkles that looked like they were carved by a blade. All the vigor, glory, pride and drive in him vanished instantly. Why you? Immortal Taihua's blood chi was weak and his body was hunched. His eyes were cloudy and filled with fear as he extended his skinny arm and pointed at Suzumo, as though he wanted to say something. However, in the end, the reincarnated Immortal fell backwards and his essence spirit was destroyed, extinguishing his life force. Now that his soul was dispersed, he would no longer have the chance to reincarnate. He had lost his life in the 9 heavens. Chapter 2235, 2235 Suspicious. 2235 Suspicious. Even after killing Immortal Taihua, Suzumo did not let down his guard. Instead, he turned around slowly and looked in the direction diagonally behind him. In the sandstorm, a figure stood there, faintly visible. He had been watching the battle for a long time and emitted a powerful aura without leaving. The other reincarnated Immortal, Feng Yin. Suzumo did not know Feng Yin well and knew nothing about the character and methods of this reincarnated Immortal. Worried that this person would take advantage of the situation and attack him, Suzumo did not dare to be careless. Actually, Feng Yin had indeed thought of taking the opportunity to kill Suzumo at that moment. The methods displayed by Suzumo had already made him feel deep fear. If he was in Immortal Taihua's position, he would not be able to escape death against such methods either. This person was definitely his greatest opponent for the Earth ranking. It would naturally be best if such a huge threat could be resolved beforehand. However, on second thought, Feng Yin realized that Suzumo was already at the end of his rope and was of no threat. As a reincarnated Immortal, if he were to hit someone when they were down in front of everyone, even if he won, he would be mocked by the world. The elimination round was about to end and the ranking battle would begin soon. There was no way Suzumo could recover much essence chi and stamina in such a short period of time, and he had already used up all his trump cards. At that time, he could still defeat Suzumo openly in the ranking battle. There was no need for him to attack here and become a topic of discussion. Furthermore, if he attacked now, he would definitely offend Heaven and Earth Academy. The losses outweighed the gains. In the ranking battle, he could defeat or kill Su Zimo legitimately, and there was nothing Heaven and Earth Academy could say. Feng Yin stood there for a long time. Most importantly, he was shocked by the scene of Su Zimo killing Immortal Tai Hua. 36 greater divine powers were released in succession. He used his physical body to defend against a supreme divine power head-on. Thereafter, he released a supreme divine power that could exhaust a person's lifespan instantly and even cause their lifespan to vanish in an irreversible manner. Such methods were way too terrifying when released by an Earth Immortal. This battle had indeed shocked Feng Yin. Taking a deep breath of air, Feng Yin composed himself and thought about it. Finally, he smiled indifferently and turned to leave. No matter what, he was the biggest winner for the Earth ranking this time round. Su Zimo had exhausted all his methods and had expended too much energy. He was injured and could no longer fight him. The rest were nothing to fear. The square outside the 9 heavens was already noisy. The ranking battle was the main event for every Earth ranking competition. After the baptism of the elimination round, the final 100 paragons and monster incarnates would fight one another in pairs. That was the greatest show. However, nobody expected such an intense battle to break out in the elimination round. Initially, I thought that with the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect joining forces and the presence of a reincarnated Immortal, paragons, and monster incarnates such as Qing Chunzi and Tai Han, there should be no doubt about the outcome. Who would have thought? It was way too tragic. There were 22 Earth Immortals from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect who took part in the elimination round this time round. 18 of them died in this battle. Even the reincarnated Immortal is dead. The Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect suffered immense losses this time round. This is truly disastrous for them. When they heard the discussions around them, the expressions of Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea were extremely grim. Dark shadows covered their faces and their clenched fists trembled slightly as they tried their best to suppress the anger in their hearts. Prior to this, Prince Yuan Zhuo even declared that he wanted to teach Heaven and Earth Academy a lesson and remove them from the Earth ranking. Right now. Hurry and stop talking. This incident is already extremely humiliating for the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect. Only one disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy died. On their side, almost everyone is dead. Compared to Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea, the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were naturally invigorated and in high spirits. However, the elders still felt a hint of sadness. They could not let go of Yi Fei's death. In the seats of the Pang clan, the Pang clansmen looked at the tragic death of Immortal Tai Hua in the 9 heavens and frowned with grim expressions. The way Tai Hua died was exactly the same as Pang Yu. Could there be more to Pang Yu's death? Could this supreme divine power be imparted to this lad by Yang Ruoxu of Heaven and Earth Academy? A few Pang clansmen sent voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses. It's not so easy to comprehend a supreme divine power of time. From what I know, the reason why Pang Yu died that day was because of another outer sect disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. Go back and check who that outer sect disciple is. Prior to this, although the Pang clansmen knew the cause, none of them took this outer sect disciple to heart. No one would link the death of a grade 9 Heaven Immortal to an outer sect disciple of the Academy who was an Earth Immortal. But now, the death of Immortal Tai Hua had aroused the suspicions of the Pang clan. 9 heavens. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that he would definitely be noticed by the Pang clan if he released Fleeting Moment. However, he had no other choice if he wanted to kill Immortal Tai Hua as soon as possible. Furthermore, he was the one who caused Pang Yu's death and senior brother Yang Ruoxu was the one who bore all the pressure and hostility for him. This matter should not be shouldered by Yang Ruoxu. He had obtained many treasures in the 9 heavens this time round and the Hell Suppression Tripod was about to be completely repaired. At that time, when the 4 sacred souls awakened, they would be comparable to at least 4 top-tier Heaven Immortals. It would not be so easy for the Pang clan to kill him either. Furthermore, when he returned this time round, he would begin to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the Heaven Immortal realm. The Pang clan had no chance at all. No matter how bold they were, they would not dare to charge into the academy to take revenge. Su Zimo looked at Immortal Tai Hua beneath his feet and removed the latter's storage bag before putting it away. Thereafter, Su Zimo used his palm like a saber and slashed down along Immortal Tai Hua's throat, severing his head. This is the outcome of anyone who tries to kill me. Su Zimo yanked Immortal Tai Hua's pale hair and raised the head high. Gazing at the firmaments, his eyes revealed a sinister glint as he shouted. That action caused an uproar outside the 9 heavens. This was a provocation to Prince Yuan Zhuo and Heaven Immortal White Sea. This was a declaration of war against the two of them. Bastard, ant. Prince Yuan Zhuo grit his teeth in anger with a dark expression. The outcome of this battle was equivalent to a slap to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Apart from the chaos caused by Feng Kantian in the past, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom had never been humiliated like this ever since it was established. It was the same for Flying Immortal Sect. However, this time round, not only did Flying Immortal Sect lose all face, even Zither Immortal Meng Yao's reputation was damaged. What sort of a figure was the dignified Zither Immortal? What sort of bearing did she possess? In order to deal with a Grade 8 Earth Immortal, they did not hesitate to invite a reincarnated immortal out of seclusion. Although they mobilized such a large force, they were completely wiped out. This was definitely a pitiable outcome. Nobody knew how the Zither Immortal would react once she knew about this. Chapter 2236, 2236 Breaking the Seals. 2236 Breaking the Seals. Level 5. Dozens of cultivators were still surrounding the earth, ranking steely, looking at the bloodstained battlefield not far away with a burning gaze. On the battlefield, the corpses of the 16 Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were scattered. The storage bags of the corpses were still tied to their waists. At that time, Su Zimo was chasing after Immortal Tai Hua and time was tight. Naturally, he did not have time to clean up the battlefield and collect the storage bags of the corpses. Who do you guys think will win the battle between Su Zimo and Immortal Tai Hua? Don't worry, if Immortal Tai Hua were to escape wholeheartedly and avoid the battle, Su Zimo won't be able to catch up to him. That's right. I reckon that the two of them will have to wait till the ranking battle to determine the victor. Everyone waited for a while. When they saw that Su Zimo had not returned, some cultivators could not help but harbor other thoughts. A cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple was tempted and ran towards the battlefield. Waving his robes, he collected the storage bags of the corpses and placed them in his bag. Mo Qian, what are you doing? When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw that, her beautiful eyes widened as she questioned loudly with a sullen expression. Although her body was sealed by Immortal Tai Hua's power, she could not move and could only speak. I'm just cleaning up the battlefield. What's wrong? Mo Qian rolled his eyes and replied in a huff, these storage bags are ownerless. What's wrong? You can't take them for yourself and yet you refuse to let others take them, Princess Scarlet Rainbow? Ownerless? Princess Scarlet Rainbow glared at Mo Qian and ground her canine teeth, saying slowly, these Earth Immortals were killed by junior brother Su of my academy. Everyone witnessed it. Naturally, these storage bags belong to junior brother Su as well. How can you have the cheek to say that they are ownerless? Foo-foo. Mo Qian sneered, he's already gone and he didn't take the storage bags. Who knows, he might not be interested. You. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was momentarily speechless. Xie Yun frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, fellow Daoist Mo Qian, have you thought about how Su Zimo would react if he returned and saw you take away those storage bags? There was clearly a hint of fear in Mo Qian's eyes. But soon, he calmed down and pouted. Don't bother trying to scare me. Su Zimo is off chasing after Immortal Tai Hua. Who knows when or if he'll even return? Furthermore, so what if he returns? If he didn't pick up these storage bags, why can't others? Right then, Feng Yin's figure appeared not far away and walked over. When Mo Qian saw Feng Yin, he was even more confident and harumphed coldly. Imperial Wind Temple has a reincarnated immortal as well. With senior brother Feng Yin here, how will he dare to snatch things from a disciple of Imperial Wind Temple? When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw this unreasonable person, she grit her teeth in hatred. However, she could not break free from the seal and attack. Suddenly, a short figure was running over from the direction of level 4. That person seemed to be dragging someone else on the ground in a strange manner. Who is this fellow Daoist that's arriving? Everyone watched as the figure approached rapidly with dumbfounded expressions. The intruder was a child around 9 years old. His face was pink and he wore a green shirt with a few small pigtails on his head. As he ran, his hair fluttered slightly and he looked rather cute. When did such a child appear in the elimination round of the 9 heavens? He's probably from some unknown sect or faction that has nobody else to represent them. What a pity that a child as such has to suffer to take part in the fight for the Earth ranking. A few cultivators shook their heads. But soon, everyone recognized the identity of the person in the child's hands and their expressions changed. It was the great commander of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom's Earth Execution Guards, Tai Han. Tai Han was severely injured by Su Zimo and had already escaped from this place. How did he end up in the hands of this child? Although Tai Han was in a sorry state when he left, he could still move. But now, Tai Han's arms were crippled and there was a bloody hole the size of an arm in his chest. He was dragged the entire way and his hair was covered in dust. He looked extremely miserable and dispirited. No one could recognize him right away. What was wrong with Tai Han? Did he encounter another strong foe and was saved by this child? Everyone looked at the approaching child with puzzled expressions. When the child arrived and saw the corpses and blood on the battlefield, he was shocked as well. Pest! They were all dead. The child recognized that the people who died were from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sec. The child was shocked. Could it be Junior Brother Su's doing? Could it be that Junior Brother Su was also the reason why Tai Han was severely injured? However, he quickly recalled that he had something more important. His gaze shifted and landed on Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was not far away. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, where's Junior Brother Su? Panting slightly, the child asked worriedly with an anxious expression, did Junior Brother Su win? Where did he go? Where's Immortal Tai Hua? Child, which sect are you from? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was confused by the child's manner of addressing her and merely felt that the child's features looked familiar. However, even if he looked familiar, there was no way he could act so chummy with her. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow and Junior Brother Su? How old was this child? Was his junior brother Su an infant? Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, it's me. When the child saw the confusion in Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes, he hurriedly explained in his childish voice, I'm Liu Ping. Liu Ping. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was stunned. The other Heaven and Earth Academy disciples were dumbfounded as well. Now that you mention it, the more I look at it, the more you resemble. Princess Scarlet Rainbow murmured softly. Aya. The child was anxious and waved his small hands, gesturing. In any case, something unexpected happened. Junior Brother Su helped me reincarnate through assimilation and changed my body, causing me to look like this. Although that statement sounded like a fantasy, everyone gradually accepted it as they looked at that familiar face. Ah, right. Liu Ping slapped his head with his tiny hands and suddenly recalled something. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, you guys have been sealed. I'll help you guys remove the restrictions right now. Liu Ping loosened his grip and threw the half-dead Tai Han on the ground before walking towards Princess Scarlet Rainbow. There's no need to trouble yourself. You won't be able to dispel it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sighed gently. Let me give it a try. Liu Ping rubbed his chubby hands eagerly. Xie Yun shook his head gently and smiled. Child, you're interesting. These seals were left behind by a reincarnated immortal. Even with my strength, I can only dispel the seal on their mouths. Bang, bang, bang. Before Xie Yun could finish, Liu Ping shook his head gently. A few pigtails on his head suddenly extended and transformed into a few soft and tender willow branches, tapping Princess Scarlet Rainbow a few times. Princess Scarlet Rainbow shuddered and her body swayed slightly. She staggered and almost fell. Xie Yun's expression froze. He opened his mouth slightly but could not continue. Disbelief appeared in Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes as well. She tried to move her arm and circulate her blood qi. Everything was fine. The seals within her body had already been removed. Chapter 2237, 2237 Return. 2237 Return. It's really dispelled. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was excited and invigorated. Hee. Liu Ping rubbed his chubby hands and grinned. He was also happy to possess such power and be able to help his fellow senior brothers and sisters. Liu Ping, you're amazing. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's character was a little lively to begin with. After being sealed by Immortal Tai Hua for so long, she could not move at all and was truly suffocated. Suddenly, she reached out and placed her hands on Liu Ping's tender face, rubbing it vigorously as she beamed. Little Liu Ping, so you were so cute when you were young. Liu Ping was dizzy from Princess Scarlet Rainbow's rubbing, but he did not dare to react, afraid that he might hurt her if he did not control his strength properly. Junior sister Scarlet Rainbow, let go of him quickly and let him help us remove the seals. Junior brother Liu, hurry over and untie us. The other fellow disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy shouted hurriedly as well. Princess Scarlet Rainbow rubbed for a long time before putting Liu Ping down. As though he had drunk strong wine, Liu Ping swayed towards his fellow senior brothers and released the seals on the other disciples of the academy. How did he suddenly become so strong? Xie Yun frowned slightly. Liu Ping, who had turned into a child, seemed to have become a potential opponent for him as well. How is junior brother Su? Where is he? Liu Ping asked again. Junior brother Su is fine. He went to hunt down Immortal Tai Hua. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the corpses on the battlefield not far away. These Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were killed by junior brother Su. Liu Ping, you didn't see it. Junior brother Su's battle was truly earth-shaking. That's right, it was way too scary. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces, but 16 of them were killed by junior brother Su and one of them was severely injured. Even Immortal Tai Hua was scared off. Listening to the chatter of the Heaven and Earth Academy disciples, Liu Ping could gradually imagine the grandeur of this battle. I'll help junior brother Su. Liu Ping said in a deep voice. There's no way to help. An academy disciple shook his head. Junior brother Su is chasing after Immortal Tai Hua. We don't even know where the two of them went. How are you going to find them? True. Liu Ping lowered his head slightly. Right, there's something else that has to be resolved. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw the corpses on the battlefield, she suddenly thought of something and turned to Mo Qian. She extended her palm and shouted, "Hand over the storage bags." What are you shouting for? Mo Qian raised his brow and said impatiently, "What storage bags? I don't know what you're talking about." Be it on the Earth ranking prediction or the actual Steely, he was ranked in the top 20. In terms of combat strength, he was not inferior to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. The Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were killed by my junior brother Su. Those storage bags naturally belong to him. Don't even think about taking them for yourself. Princess Scarlet Rainbow argued logically and refused to show weakness. Foo. Mo Qian could not help but laugh. Interesting. Su Zimo has been gone for so long but no one has touched those storage bags. They are clearly ownerless and anyone can take them. Why? If Su Zimo doesn't return for 10,000 years, no one is allowed to take those storage bags. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was enraged. Although she knew that Mo Qian was being unreasonable, she had her reservations and did not want to fight against an Earth Immortal of Imperial Wind Temple for the sake of those storage bags. There were also 11 Earth Immortals of Imperial Wind Temple here who were looking over with hostile expressions. If both parties were to fight, there was a high chance that it would turn into a chaotic battle between the two factions. On the side of Imperial Wind Temple, there was also a reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin, presiding over. In today's battle, Heaven and Earth Academy was already on bad terms with the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. It was truly unwise to fight against cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple because of some storage bags. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, why don't we forget about it? Liu Ping tugged gently at the hem of Princess Scarlet Rainbow's clothes and whispered, "It's just a few storage bags. There's most likely nothing good inside." "I know that too." Princess Scarlet Rainbow was indignant and frowned. "I just can't take this lying down. Why should I have to? Enough people have died today. I don't want to see anything happen to you guys." Liu Ping murmured with a worried expression. He was reborn and his combat strength increased exponentially. However, this was his nature and he had many reservations. He was worried that another disciple of the academy would die if a massive battle broke out between the two factions. Liu Ping witnessed senior brother Yi Fei's tragic death personally. The impact on him was way too great. He could not bear to see his seniors of the same sect die in front of him again. Although his combat strength was indeed not bad, he was not confident that he could defeat Feng Yin. If a chaotic battle broke out, he was even less confident of protecting everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy. When she heard Liu Ping's words, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's expression dimmed and she could not help but sigh deeply when she thought of Yi Fei who had died not long ago. "Forget it." Princess Scarlet Rainbow lowered her head slightly and murmured before turning to leave. "Phew." Mo Qian sneered and rolled his eyes, pouting his lips. "Some people just don't know their limits. Someone else is here. How did he come from that direction? This is..." Right then, a series of voices sounded from beside the earth-ranking Steely. Su Zimo. A cultivator recognized the figure and suddenly shrieked. Instantly, the surroundings of the earth-ranking Steely fell silent. Those words seemed to possess a demonic power. Even the howling winds in the world seemed to have calmed down. Everyone shut their mouths at the same time and looked at the figure that was getting closer and clearer. Instinctively, they held their breaths and focused with frightened expressions. Dozens of cultivators felt as though their throats were being choked by a pair of invisible hands and they could not breathe. It was an invisible pressure that was indescribable but real. Gradually, Mo Qian's expression changed and turned incomparably pale. As for the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy, their eyes widened in excitement as they looked at the approaching figure in disbelief. Finally, the figure passed through the sandstorm and appeared before everyone. Dozens of cultivators looked down slightly and their pupils constricted when they saw Su Zimo's hand. It was a blooded head that had just been severed. Although his face was incomparably old and filled with wrinkles, everyone could recognize that it was Immortal Tai Hua's face. Pest! Immortal Tai Hua was dead. Immortal Tai Hua abandoned Tai Han and escaped alone. Despite that, he was unable to avoid this calamity and was hunted to death by Su Zimo, even having his head cut off. Looking at Su Zimo's refined face, everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Fu. Right then, Tai Han, who was paralyzed on the ground and could barely move, suddenly smiled when he saw that. A mocking look flashed through his eyes. Immortal Tai Hua abandoned him and escaped alone, to think that he would end up dying before him. This was fate. Su Zimo carried Immortal Tai Hua's head and returned to this place. His gaze shifted to Tai Han, who was not far away. Chapter 2238, 2238 Peerless Might. 2238 Peerless Might. Junior brother Su, I've caught Tai Han. When Liu Ping saw that Su Zimo noticed Tai Han, he hurriedly turned back and pulled the latter over. Thankfully, you injured him severely. That's why I was able to capture him alive with ease. Su Zimo shifted his gaze towards the child in green. I'm Liu Ping. For some reason, I look like this after taking on human form. Liu Ping spread his hands helplessly. Su Zimo nodded slightly with a calm expression. He was the one who helped Liu Ping assimilate and synthesize the gigantic willow essence spirit to inherit the latter's body. As such, he was not surprised by the outcome. Junior brother Su, Tai Han is basically a cripple. How should we deal with him? Liu Ping asked again. Su Zimo did not say anything. He merely went forward and pulled Tai Han over from Liu Ping's hands. Without saying anything, He raised his palm like a knife and slashed Tai-Han's neck. Fresh blood gushed out. Tai-Han's blood was not warm, it emitted a cold aura. Su Zimo severed Tai-Han's head with a single palm strike. The dozens of cultivators in the surroundings shuddered. Mo Qian's eyelids fluttered and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably with a terrible expression. The great commander of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom's Earth Execution Guards and the reincarnated perfected Immortal of Flying Immortal sect seemed no different from ordinary livestock in this person's eyes. He killed so decisively, nonchalantly, and indifferently. Even everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was secretly alarmed, let alone others. After Immortal Tai Hua killed senior brother Yi Fei, everyone naturally wanted to settle scores with him. However, if any of them were asked to kill Immortal Tai Hua right in front of everyone, they would have reservations and hesitate. This person before him was the only one who was decisive to kill without reservations. In the square. Good, good, good. When Prince Yuanzhua saw that, his eyes revealed a dark gaze and he wished that he could charge into the 9 heavens personally to kill Su Zimo. Heaven Immortal White Sea had long put away his folding fan and sat at the table expressionlessly. The encirclement of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect had failed completely. 18 Earth Immortals led by Immortal Tai Hua, Tai-Han, and Qing Chunzi died in Su Zimo's hands without exception. Although there were still 4 Earth Immortals left from the 2 factions, they would not amount to much even if they joined forces. Those Earth Immortals had yet to reach the Earth Immortal stele. It was clear that their methods were far inferior to the people who died and were naturally not a threat to Su Zimo. After beheading Tai-Han, Su Zimo walked towards the battlefield and beheaded the Earth Immortal corpses of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect. 18 heads dripped with fresh blood. Some of them died tragically, some of them looked horrified, some of them had menacing features and some of them were mangled. A refined scholarly man wielded the 18 blooded heads in his hands, creating a stark contrast that sent shivers down one's spine. I've already said that these people will have to die with senior brother Yi. Su Zimo said, bring senior brother Yi's corpse back to the academy. The heads of these people will be placed in front of senior brother Yi's tomb as tributes. The eyes of everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy reddened. This might be the greatest consolation for Yi Fei. He did not die in vain. His single death caused 18 peak Earth Immortals of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect to die with him, including a reincarnated perfected Immortal. What were you guys arguing about earlier on? Su Zimo looked at Princess Scarlet Rainbow and suddenly asked. Princess Scarlet Rainbow glanced at Mo Qian, who was not far away, and hesitated. Initially, she wanted to tell him everything. But now, judging from Su Zimo's condition, she was worried that he might not be able to defeat Fengyin if he were to fight against the cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple for the sake of some storage bags. It's nothing. Princess Scarlet Rainbow lowered her head slightly and averted her gaze. Naturally, Su Zimo could tell that Princess Scarlet Rainbow was hiding something. He surveyed his surroundings and swept his gaze across the corpses on the battlefield. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he asked, where are the storage bags on the corpses? Some cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy turned around instinctively and looked in the direction of Imperial Wind Temple. Su Zimo realized what happened as he carried the 18 blooded heads and walked over slowly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before a few cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple. When Su Zimo's gaze swept past them, Mo Qian and the others felt their hairs stand on end and their scalps prickle. Who took them? Su Zimo asked indifferently. His tone was calm and emotionless. However, Mo Qian felt an unimaginable pressure and could barely breathe. I. Unable to take it, Mo Qian chuckled dryly and stuttered, when I saw you leave W without picking you up those storage B-bags, I thought. Su Zimo did not say anything and merely looked at Mo Qian quietly. Mo Qian's tone turned weaker and weaker and he finally could not continue. He could only hear his own heavy breathing and the sound of blood dripping onto the ground from the 18 heads. Every single drop sounded like the footsteps of the King of Hell. Earlier on, he quibbled self-righteously and confidently in front of Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. But now, Mo Qian could not bring himself to say the words ownerless objects. It was as though a calamity was about to descend upon him the moment he said those words. Gradually, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Mo Qian's forehead as a bead-sized drop of sweat slid down his face. It was a little itchy, but he did not dare to wipe it. "Don't be afraid." Right then, a voice sounded in Mo Qian's mind. Senior brother Feng Yin was sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Mo Qian was invigorated and the fear in his heart seemed to have faded significantly. He glanced sideways in Feng Yin's direction. At that moment, Feng Yin was standing not far away, watching over. His eyes shone with a divine light and his aura was gathered, ready to strike. Mo Qian calmed down and took a deep breath. He mustered his courage and turned to Su Zimo. Just as he was about to quibble, Su Zimo spoke once more. "Hand them over." There were no unnecessary words, only 3 words. His tone was still calm. However, the courage that Mo Qian had just mustered was destroyed by those 3 words and he almost broke down mentally. Nobody could understand the pressure that Mo Qian was experiencing against Su Zimo right now. Su Zimo had just killed 18 peak Earth Immortals and even the reincarnated perfected Immortal died in his hand. This was a supreme might that was built from blood, killing and corpses and possessed an unstoppable power. In front of Su Zimo, Mo Qian felt like a weak little rabbit. However, Su Zimo was an ancient ferocious beast that had just torn countless living beings apart and exuded a torrential malevolent aura. In the face of such a ferocious beast, Mo Qian prostrated on the ground and shivered. Mo Qian dared to guarantee that if Su Zimo were to attack, even Feng Yin would not be able to save him. "Here, it's all here." Mo Qian broke down completely and his spirit consciousness moved, pulling out the storage bags and handing them to Su Zimo with both hands. "Very good." Su Zimo nodded and his gaze seemed much kinder. He patted Mo Qian on the shoulder and said gently, "I might not be interested in these storage bags. However, you have to remember that these are mine. You can't take them unless I give them to you." "Gee, got it." Mo Qian shuddered and nodded instinctively. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.